Good evening. Welcome to the City of Lamarque City Council Workshop. We'll give Mr. Jordan and Chief Jackson a few minutes to provide a few more seats. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Loftus. You all are too kind. We ready? All right. Good evening. This is the City of Lamarque City Council Workshop of June 21st, 2021. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a workshop on Monday, June 21st, 2021, beginning at 6 p.m. in the council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via teleconference hosted through Zoom for the purpose of considering the following agenda. This meeting has been called to order at 6:03. And we move to item 2, which is our roll call. Robin, would you give us our roll call?
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem and District B.
Present.
District C.
Present.
District D. Present. Mayor.
Thank you, Robin. We'll move to item 3. Normally, we do not have proclamations, presentations, and recognitions on our workshop, but we have some exciting young people that we'd like to introduce to you all, and perhaps they may have a curfew tonight. And if you all know anything about this city council meetings, we tend to be quite lengthy. So we don't want to get anybody grounded or reprimanded by their parents. So we'll move to our proclamations, presentations, and recognitions. And the first of which will be the introduction of our 2021 summer interns. Now, last year in our budget workshop, this council and in particular, Councilwoman McAuliffe and myself voted to fund positions for young people in our community to work through the summer in various portions of our municipal government. Tonight, we're proud to announce those persons here that have accepted the roles that they've been offered by this council. And so, having said that, we'll call your name if you are a part of this group. Would you please come forward when we call your name? We want the world, this city certainly, to know you, to see you, and to celebrate you. And this council would like to take a picture with you because we want to remember you forever. For you are the first class of interns that this city has ever had. Give yourselves a round of applause. Zion Thomas will be working primarily with the police department. Come on, Zion, welcome. Mackenzie Chris will be working primarily with the city clerk's office. Welcome, Mackenzie. Jeffrey Marquise, welcome, Jeffrey. He will be working with the Public Works Department. Sundos Nofal. Welcome, Sundos. You will be working primarily with Fire and EMS Department. Shania Richardson. Welcome, Shania. You will be working with the library. Leslie Zuniga. Welcome, Leslie. You will be working with developmental services. Daniel Love. Welcome, Daniel. Look at you, already dressed up. You'll be working with our fire department. We're gonna need some help. J. Viance Gilliard. Did I say it right? Gillard. Javiance Gillard. Welcome, Javiance. We'll be working with administration. Landon Garner. Welcome, Landon. Landon will be working with the Public Works Department. And Amari Captain. Welcome, Amari. Amari will be working with the Police Department. Council, I invite you to come down to meet these folks personally so that we can take a photo with them. Welcome. I thought I was calling welcome. How are you? Congratulations. Good to see you. Welcome. Congratulations. Good to see you. Welcome. Congratulations. Congratulations. Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome. Congratulations. Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome, sir. How are you today? Welcome. What department are you in? I'm in the window.
And then move down. Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's give these around the
Thank you very much.
all right. Good deal. Good deal. Since I'm down here, we are now moving to our proclamations, if you all don't mind. The first proclamation that we will have will be a proclamation recognizing the Juneteenth observance. As you all know, the Congress has passed and President Biden has signed a law that has now declared Juneteenth as a national holiday. Yes, and so the city of Lamarque this year, the council has decided to make Juneteenth a holiday, a city holiday, even before President Biden and the legislature declared it to be a national holiday. And so in observance of this, we have a proclamation that reads as follows. The office of the mayor for the city of Lamarque proclamation. Whereas the pursuit of freedom is and always has been a fundamental force in American society, the protection of the right to freedom is beloved and shared by all Americans, regardless of colors, creeds, cultures, religions, and countries of origin. And whereas commemoration of the historical arrival of Union soldiers in Galveston, Texas, on June 19, 1865, 2.5 years post the signature of the Emancipation Proclamation by President Lincoln, is known as Juneteenth and is widely considered the longest running African American holiday. And whereas it was not until January 1, 1980, that Juneteenth became an official state holiday thanks to the efforts of Al Edwards and African American state legislature. However, to date, the efforts to be recognized as a federal holiday are still ongoing. Scratch that for. Whereas Juneteenth marks the official end of slavery in the United States, marking the beginning of the pursuit of racial equality and justice that will spark many social justice movements in the generations to follow. And whereas on Sunday, June 20th, 2021, the city of Lamarque observed this momentous occasion in our region's history through the third annual Lamarque Juneteenth Talent Show and Food Trucks Festival, a celebration of African American culture, resilience, and resolve, And now therefore, we the mayor and city council, by virtue of the authority vested in us by the city of Lamar, Texas, do hereby proclaim June 20th, 2021 as a special Juneteenth observance day in the city of Lamar, and we do hereby encourage all citizens and businesses and professional bodies to participate in this observance actively and appropriately. And the testimony whereof witness my hand and the seal of the city of Lamar this 20th day of June 2021, Keith Bell, Mayor. Let's give Juneteenth a hand. Round of applause. Certainly the idea is freedom, yes. And the idea is that we are in a country that is so great that we can move past conflicts and issues that we have with one another to make sure that all men are created equal. And I'm proud of that in this country. And certainly I'm proud of you for being a part of this city and for certainly being cognizant of what Juneteenth means, not only to African Americans, but even more importantly, to American culture. Thank you. Okay, proclamation LGBTQIA. Office of the Mayor of the City of Marque. Proclamation, whereas this year marks the 51st celebration of Pride Month, a time when millions of people come together in support of the LGBTQIA community. And whereas the month of June has been recognized since 1970, a year after the Stonewall Rebellion and riots that took place on June 28, 1969. And whereas the Stonewall riots were a tipping point for the gay liberation movement in the United States, its participants shaped a new cultural awareness of a population that was largely ostracized. And whereas it has been a timeless dedication by advocates and allies who strive to forge a more inclusive society, led by forward-thinking individuals who have set their sights on reaching for a brighter tomorrow, and has never been easy or smooth. And whereas although attitudes and injustice still remain, we have come a long way since 1969, and we continue to raise awareness and to improve the attitudes of society and to encourage inclusiveness. And now, therefore, we, the City Council of Lamar, declares the month of June 2021 as LGBTQIA Pride Month in the City of Lamar, and together we fight for the dignity and equality for all people, regardless of their identity, color, creed, race, and beliefs. In testimony whereof, with this my hand, the seal of the City of Lamar, this 21st day of June 2021, Keith Bell, Mayor. Let's give the Again, the idea is freedom. We live in a country that's free. And certainly we might not all believe the same things, nor would we all have the same preferences. But we do believe in the right of everybody to live a life filled with the pursuit of happiness. And so because of that, we're recognizing those two holidays or those two periods of reflection. The third item, I don't believe that Councilman Mishich is with us tonight. Do y'all see Councilman Mishich? Robin, do you expect? Okay. I don't think so. We have an outgoing councilman, Councilmember Carlson, replaced Councilmember Robin Mishich, who is a council member of District C. Councilmember Mishich served with distinction from 2015 to 2021, and we miss him already. He's certainly a voice of the Public Works Department and very knowledgeable in a lot of our infrastructure issues. So he's going to be greatly missed. We wanted to present him with a proclamation tonight for the work that he has done for this community on this council. And I'll read it to you. It says, a very special thank you for your outstanding service and leadership to the citizens of Lamar, Texas. Robert Mishich, Council Member District C. Let's give Mr. Mishich a round of applause. I tell you that it is very difficult to sit behind this dais. These ladies and gentlemen work very hard for their community, many days of work, many nights without sleep. And anytime we have a member that has served and has now left this council, we want to honor them for their work, for their service. So Mr. Mishich, if you're listening, or if you're watching in, we thank you for your service. We look forward to continuing working with you in the future. Thank you. I think that's all, Robin. Yes. We have one more. I missed one. Here we go again. Okay. This is a very special. Maybe some of you aren't aware that the city of Lamar, the Public Works Department, experienced a loss this past week or so. We lost one of our own, Mr. Nakia Hadley, was lost to the COVID virus. Certainly, you all know that this virus is real. Many of you know that it is perhaps taking many people that you know and that you love. And Mr. Hadley was a person that we knew in this city, in particular the Public Works Department, and he was a person that we loved. Certainly one of the harder working members of our public works community, and he will be missed. But I would pray that his spirit would live on through the men and women that serve not only in the Public Works Department, but the men and women that serve in every capacity in this city, including this county. He was a hard worker who always had a smile on his face, and certainly we want to honor him with this proclamation. I had the pleasure of attending the funeral on Saturday, and certainly I had the pleasure of speaking to those at the funeral on behalf of this great city, and I read this proclamation to the family and to those in attendance, and I'll read it again for you as well. Office of the Mayor, City of Lamar proclamation. Whereas Nakia Hadley was born January 3rd, 1976 to Cheryl and Nathaniel Hadley and attended Texas City Independent School District. And whereas Nakia has been a beloved member of the City of Lamar Public Works team for 3 years, always on time, smiling and ready to give his all until the very end of each day. And whereas even though he worked hard, he also enjoyed life, never wanted to shy away from the camera. Nakia would often be found singing, dancing, or heavily invested in talks of basketball or football. You would be hard pressed to find anyone with negative words about him. And whereas his undying love for his wife and children, his extended family, is remembered fondly by all those who received the pleasure of his conversation. And whereas those who knew him found inspiration in his positive outlook on life, to him the glass will never have empty, no matter how difficult things got. He believed they would always get better. And whereas while the city mourns with the Hadley family the loss of our co-worker, neighbor, and friend, we turn to the comfort of the memories we all share and remind ourselves of the philosophy he so firmly believed in. This period of mourning is not the end, and better days will come. And now, therefore, we the mayor and the city council hereby proclaim June 19, 2021 as Nakia Hadley Day in the city of Lamar, and we encourage all citizens and businesses to remember his family in their hearts and in their prayers, and the recognition of his life and his commitment to the service of our city, and the testimony whereof witness my hand and the seal of the city of Lamar this 19th day of June. Keith Bell. Copy of that proclamation was given to the family at onto the business of the city. Before we get into the business of the city, there are a couple of items that I'd like to pull from this agenda. The first item that I would like to pull is, Robin, help me, the special council meeting minutes of June 1st, 2021.
So that's in the regular meeting. Then.
Okay.
Yeah. For sure.
Where is the
Workshop.
okay, there it is. All right, good deal, thank you. Let's move to citizens participation. Citizens participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up may speak to council on specific agenda items. Limited to 3 minutes. It should give the mayor your name and the item you wish to speak about. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you are with us via teleconference, please press *6 to unmute your phone. If you are attending by Zoom or smartphone or tablet or the computer, you may press the microphone button in the lower left corner of your screen, and that should unmute you. And when you are unmuted, let me know that you are unmuted and you will be recognized. Now, the citizens participation portion of this agenda suggests that you may speak only on agenda items, but there are some hot topics in our city today, and we realize that. And so as the chair of this meeting, I'm going to allow those that would like to speak on any item of note within our city to do so at this time. Now, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Kyle, is this functional? This is your timer. As you're speaking at the podium, when we start blinking on the yellow, is that right, Kyle? That means that you have about 30 seconds left. And so when we get to the red, then you have reached your maximum minutes. Is that clear to everybody? Again, remember, the council cannot respond to you if those items are spoken about in our citizens participation portion of the meeting. So we will look at you, certainly we'll take notes, and we will communicate at a later date or a later time. But let me just applaud you for attending this council meeting, for exercising your right in democracy, for starting and finishing a petition, and for caring about those issues of note in your community. This is what democracy is all about. But let me encourage you not to stop with the chickens. There are several issues within your community that we need to hear from you in relation to what you want to happen in your community. So tonight, we'll celebrate chickens. But on tomorrow, we still have other issues within our community that we need to hear from you as well. So, Robin, would you like to hear from those on Zoom, or would you?
We have one person on Zoom.
Mayor Sam. Mayor Sam. Please push *6 on your phone, Mayor, so that you can unmute. She's still muted. Okay, let's then move to those that are here to see if we can get her to unmute. Okay, let's see. Mrs. Kathy Heron, there you are. Miss Kathy, we know you, but perhaps they don't. So would you give us your full name and your address?
Hi, I'm Kathy Heron. I'm at 56 Rondo Pines, in Lamarck, and I've been here since 2008. Okay. Well, that kind of was my spill at the beginning here anyway. All right. It says, I'm a member of Keep Lamarck Beautiful and the Lamarck Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association. So I care very much about this city that I call my home. The reason I am here is because 2 private care homes are concerned that they will have to give up their chickens that they've had for over a decade. Chickens that give residents purpose, entertainment, companionship. It would be such a detriment to many seniors in the community to have the things that they love taken away from them. I want those residents to have the best quality of life they can during their final years. They deserve this happiness. There are several private nursing homes in our area that have chickens and even a few ducks for the residents to watch and care for. One facility I visit has a little 90-year-old lady. Her reason to get up every morning is she gets to go outside and feed the chickens. She sits there in her wheelchair and tosses grain and chicken food out to them. Each and every time she is out there, she is smiling and she is happy. In addition, all the kitchen scraps are also given to the chickens, making less waste to go to the landfills. The chickens are a natural pest control, so many of the normal yard pests, and especially mosquitoes, get gobbled up by the chickens, making it an almost bug-free environment for the residents to sit. Not to mention, chickens provide instant fertilizer, which makes for better and healthier gardens. And who doesn't love a fresh grown tomato right off the vine? I also believe that kids that spend time taking care of animals grow up to be better socialized and have a greater sense of humanity and compassion. Spending quality times with your kids in a wholesome setting will create a lifelong bond and make them better citizens of this community. FFA offers many scholarships for kids who participate, so chickens can also help your kids get a better education. Please make the ordinance to allow backyard chickens.
Am I muted now?
Yes.
Okay, no roosters, and maybe make the rule within 25 feet of other homes and no permits needed. If the chickens are in a clean environment and healthy,
Right here.
I thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. I also had a secondary throw in here. This is
Hold on
regarding.
just a minute, Ms. Catherine.
Sure.
I'll add 30 seconds. Mayor Sam?
Hi, Mayor and
Mayor,
Council.
Mayor,
Yes,
stay unmuted, but we have another speaker speaking. As soon as she's done, we'll ask you to speak, okay?
okay, yes, my son had to help me. I didn't know how to
Okay.
do all that new stuff.
Okay, just stay unmuted and we'll get to you as soon as we're done with Ms. Keith, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Keith, I have 30 seconds.
Sure. Okay, regarding item 5A, the police department, like I said, I'm a proud member of the Marque Citizens Police Academy Association, and I'm here in support of the police department and our officers who put in long days without the necessary supplies they need to get their jobs done and keep themselves and our communities safe. Our police department needs appropriate funding for them to do the best job possible for our citizens and our community. The Marque Police Department already has in place a Citizens Police Academy for adults and another one for teens. This department has been reaching out to the community to build bridges for many years now. With adequate funding, just think of the social impact it would make. More officers on the street, keeping our neighborhoods and children safe. More community-centered events where officers and citizens could meet. As citizens and as a city council and mayor, we need to back our law enforcement officers and our police department 100%. These officers risk their lives every day to protect us. Thank you so much for your time, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. Mayor,
Hey, y'all got me?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, hey, I just want to thank the council and you, Mayor, and all the new people for Juneteenth was awesome in Lamarck. And all of the wonderful things that you guys are doing for the citizens in Lamarck. I just have one problem, and that is the signs in Lamarck are not telling people where the streets are. Is there a way that we're gonna be able to get those signs done? Like Lake Road don't have a sign that says Lake Road off of 1765 and in Alpha Cedar, they're faded. So what can we do about all of that? I wanna thank you guys because y'all are moving in the right direction, but we've gotta keep moving in that direction to make Lamarck a beautiful and better place to live. And I can see the difference already. So again, I couldn't make it in tonight, but I did want to be there with my voice to let you all know that I appreciate all of what you all are doing to make Lamarck a better place.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor,
Yes.
point of information, we will be entering into budget workshops at the end of July. And please come back and remind us of your concerns about street signs at that time.
Okay, and when you all do the budget, will you all go into new districts and things like that? Will you all go into that?
Can't say any more about it. I just had to give you a point of information.
Okay, Mayor, thank you so much. I
Thank you, Mayor.
appreciate it.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
son's gonna mute me again. Thank you.
All right. All right. Former Mayor Geraldine Sanders. Mr. Rashard Loftus. Welcome, sir. Would you give us your full name and your street address, please?
Rashard Loftus, 309 Johnson Street. So I'm here about the hot topic, the chickens. So you already, most of this council know that I've been battling the chickens next door for like the last 10 years, if not longer. We had them removed once before and then they mysteriously came back. And I've been in contact with Mr. Jackson about getting them removed. Now, I'm not trying to get them moved out of this whole city, but I definitely want them gone from my neighborhood and more so next door to me, because I've been overrun with rats. What Ms. Herron said about their pest control, I don't agree with that at all. They are not pest control. In fact, they have been bringing the pests, been overrun with rats, possums, raccoons, and I am sick of it. So you'll hear from my neighbor, perhaps, or his landlord. They're here today. And I can't stress enough how frustrated I am. And that's just one word I could use. When I got rats running in my kitchen, running out through my garage, running through my yard, I am not happy. And I guarantee you, I am not going away with this chicken thing. Now, anybody else throughout the city, y'all can have them, but I don't want them next door to me. I am fed up with them. Roosters crowing all times of the day and night. I am sick of it. I'm done with that.
Thank you, Mr. Loftus. Terry Johnson. Welcome, Ms. Johnson. Please state your name and your address.
I am Terry Johnson. I own the property at 203 Johnson Street, the neighbor of Rashard. And I am here to appeal or request that the city ordinance section 8.8 be revised or at least revisited. In the ordinance, there's various sections that is pretty general, and it creates a wide range of interpretations of the ordinance. For example, it states animals or fowls within 100 feet of an occupied building. And so it's the interpretation of the city, from my understanding, that the 100 feet rule includes not only the distance from the complainant, but also the dwelling of the homeowner, as well as the dwelling of the chickens. And keep in mind, it says animals or fowls. So animals are not, includes not only chickens, right? But dogs, cats, etc. So my question is, why are chickens being targeted? And not dogs or cats. So are citizens not allowed to allow their dogs or cats outside in the yard if they're within 100 feet of their neighbor? So the 100 feet rule or its interpretation, if we had people that just want to complain, could lead to anybody not having any pets of any kind. And the second one, as far as the stipulation, it says if they create a noise or unsanitary conditions. And that section is understandable, at least the sanitation part. Because if there's a sanitation problem or people not taking care of their animals or any form of animal abuse is not acceptable. So the focus on the ordinance should be based on unsanitary conditions or the treatment of the animals. As far as noise, I grew up in the Marque. We had chickens my whole life. Anyone who knows chickens knows that they are quiet animals. We might argue that rooster will crow, but other than that, chickens themselves.
It's her time.
Chickens are very quiet. And so as far as noise, there's no basis there. For example, chickens, they get up when the sun comes up and they go to bed when the sun goes down. For the rest of the evening, night, they rest, they sleep. You don't even know they're there. Let's see what else. So Noise complaint is baseless when it comes to chickens. The next stipulation is complaint driven. And that's a problem because it's based on if they disturb or annoy any persons with normal sensibilities, or that unreasonably interferes with their normal habit or mode of living. And so I don't see how chickens play any part in that scenario at all.
Ms. Johnson?
How much do I have?
None.
Ah,
None. I'm so sorry. We have a lot of speakers.
okay.
Sir, what was your name?
My name is Ben Morrison.
Okay, so if you want to speak, Mr. Ben, welcome first. If you want to speak, I believe that there is an application for you to speak in the back. You can fill one out and I can put you in the pile and I can call you back up so that you can have your 3 minutes.
She forgot to tell you about the dog.
I get it. I get it. If you want to speak, you're more than welcome to speak and we will hear you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is it Joe Wilson? Is that Joe Wilson?
Yes.
Welcome, Joe. Please give us your full name and your address.
I'm Joe Wilson, and I live at 1440 Howe. I guess it's about 2 months ago, I got a certified letter saying that, somebody has a problem with my chickens, and well, we looked it up and we found out who complained, which is really no problem for me because, they live a couple of blocks away and they kind of recommended we do some things. I mean, our chicken yard is probably cleaner than a lot of places, let's put it that way. We take care of them. It's part of our family. When I've been in Lamarque 50 years. And I think Mr. Dagraff, is that Mr. Dagraff? Yeah, he was my first insurance man over here. Anyhow, got any chicken insurance? But anyhow, we spend a lot of time taking care of them as part of our family. And my grandson is, anybody have any ADHD kids? Well, this is a part of his help for him to adjust to everything that we do. And it's part of his responsibility. It's not just a me thing. I mean, I took a couple of months just to build the little chicken house. I started from scratch, built it, and took a dog pan actually and went on from there and made a chicken house out of it. But anyhow, it's very important to our family. It affects not only my grandkids, but my great grandkids. It comes in from out of town. So, that's the first thing she wants to do is come feed her chickens. So it's really a part of the family. I understand, where we don't have a rooster, all we have is chicken. Like they say, they go to bed at night at dark. And if I can get them in there early, so I won't have to stay up late or anything, I go throw my lettuce in there and let them have it. But anyhow, they're really good pets and they're great to be a part of, really. I mean, it's not as bad as I can understand situations where every situation is different, but I can tell you ours. And ours is pretty simple. We're the only one that's triggering this code. Everybody else is more than 100 feet except for us. And that's what our concern is. Hey, it's like I told Mr. Jackson here. I mean, Jackson. Anyhow, I told him, I says, you can stick your head in there in the chicken and it's hardly smells because the way you mix your shavings with the chicken mess.
Man,
I ain't gonna say
you were getting good too, Mr. Wilson. You had me. You had me. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I tease you because I love you. Leticia Wilson. Oh, Mrs. Wilson can finish the job.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Wilson, would you would you again for the record state your name and your address?
take this off for a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Letitia Wilson. Live at 1440 Howell. It's right across the street from the bus barn. And I won't go over what he said. I'll give you a little background. All of this started with the chickens when the pandemic started. So we did virtual school, needless to say. They didn't have a vaccine. We're in our 70s, so we had to take care of ourselves. We didn't send our grandson to school, but he finished the year out very well during virtual. So my nephew had checked with City Hall. He got some chickens and they were good for his children. And he knows my child and the problems that he has. And he said, I think it'll be good for you, Aunt Letitia. And I said, okay, we'll try it, you know. So they built the chicken house with my grandson helping, my grandson painting the house. So he's all into it. I didn't realize that chickens were so therapeutic because they have been for him. I have a therapist that comes out on a weekly basis. She's trying to get a letter together, you know, to present to y'all as to the effects that it's had, the positive effects it's had on him. And every situation is different, true. But there was no one in our neighborhood that complained. We have a big lot next to us. Neighbors are way at the corner. And we get along with our neighbors. We take care of our neighbors. We have elderly, my mother's house is right behind there, which is vacant. She lives in an assisted living. And the other neighbors next to us, they're elderly. We take care of them. We bring them groceries. We take out their trash. My grandson does part of that. He's learned a lot. It's been good for him to care for the chickens. He also lost the only dog that he ever knew as a pet about that time. And it was devastating to him. These chickens have really helped him a lot. And I really wish that people would reach out more to their neighbors in a positive way to see how can I help you, not look at your yard, see what a mess it is. Not that that's happening to us, but I'm saying like my elderly neighbors, the gentleman can't get out there and clean his yard up. So how about offering to help in a positive way instead of being negative? This would be devastating to my grandson.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
But-
story. Tiffany Lester. Welcome, Tiffany. Would you please state your name and your address for the record?
Yes, it's Tiffany Lester, and I'm at 1709 Cedar Drive. And
Kyle,
I'm here for the chickens also.
go ahead.
Okay, those were my parents, Joe and Letitia Wilson. So I'm here in support of them. I've lived here my whole life. You know, I mean, this is my city, just like it's most of y'all's city. And, you know, it's been really kind of sad the last couple of months with them dealing with this because never have we ever had to have any kind of issue. You know, we've never had an issue. And my dad just retired from Tech City ISD. My mom stays at home, raises my nephew. And to watch them, I mean, you think it's just chickens. It's not just chickens. That's part of their family. That's part of our family now, you know. But you know, I see how my dad takes care of the yard, how they take care of their chickens, how it's helped my nephew so much. I mean, you would not believe, you know, the difference in him. And for someone just to complain, they don't know my parents. We don't know who the heck he is. For them to call the chickens offensive when you're not even an adjacent neighbor. You know, it's not about them not being clean. It's only the distance, like my dad said. And I really would hope that y'all could really revisit that and see if y'all could take that distance away, because they're not bothering anybody. They help their neighbors, they've given you the shirt off their back. And it's a shame for someone to just pick on them for no reason. I mean, you know, I can see if there was some problem, but there's not. You know, like I said, I'm from the city. I've been born and raised here, and we always help our neighbors. You know, I help my neighbors that live on Cedar. We help each other. That's what this city is about. And, you know, for them in their 70s to have to deal with harassment for someone watching them. I mean, that's not, you don't want somebody watching your parents. You don't even know who they are. I mean, that's not safe. And so I really hope that y'all could revisit that. And, you know, just know that if that was y'all's family and y'all had pets of any kind, you want somebody from around the corner, down around the street, you know, to bother your parents. And it has been therapeutic. And like he said, they do keep their yard clean. My dad's mowing the grass all the time. I don't know anybody knows the grass that much, but you know, it's all about, each situation is different. If it was some kind of cleanly, you know, matter of them not being clean, that's one thing. It's not how it is here. So I just hope that whoever keeps harassing them and, you know, would stop. Just think about your own parents. Would you want that happening to them?
Thank you. Tiffany. Laura Devine. Are you wishing to speak now or in the police discussion? Thank you, thank you. Sally Austin? Okay. Benton. Lisa Lewis. Yeah, are you wishing to speak in the police discussion? Okay, we'll bypass you and we'll come back to you when we discuss the police. Lisa Lewis. Hello, Ms. Lisa, welcome. Would you state your name and your address for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Lisa Lewis. I live at 226 Manley Street. Today I'm talking about chicken stew.
Kyle.
I know.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak today regarding our current foul law. Our current foul law of Lamarque currently reads as follows. Keeping animals and fowls within 100 feet of an occupied building under certain conditions prohibited. It shall be unlawful for any person to maintain or keep any animal or fowl within 100 feet of an occupied building in such a manner as to create noise or conditions of sanitation which are offensive, disturbing, or annoying to persons of normal sensibilities, or in a manner which unreasonably interferes with such persons' normal habits of living. I'm here today to propose that our current foul law be amended to better fit the citizens of Lamarque. I propose the 100 feet from a dwelling be changed to 50 feet or eliminated completely, just like our neighbor cities, League City, which only requires 50 feet from a dwelling. Last updated in 1994. And Galveston has a foul law updated in 2007, which only states 6 hens are allowed. Many of Lamarque's residents are interested in raising chickens for the reliable source of eggs. However, our current law of 100 feet from a dwelling is stopping many residents from doing so. People are wanting to have a level of dignity and self-worth and self-reliance that they could participate in actively growing, nurturing, and providing for themselves and their families a fresh food source. The COVID pandemic has brought the need for the city of Lamarque to change its fowl regulations to allow residents to raise and provide food source. I have started a petition on Facebook for changing our current foul laws. And here's a few of our citizens and their reasonings for signing. Tiffany Lester, we shouldn't have a distance requirement as long as they are kept neat and clean. The few reporting are not concerned citizens. They're busybodies, especially since they are not neighbors. Larry Spurgeon, I believe people should be allowed to have chickens for food and eggs. I'm bothered more by dogs barking all night or tearing up trash, attacking people running loose. Really, William Haley, this distance provision needs to be removed completely. I agree, there needs to be a provision for animal owners to have controls in place to keep their animals on their own property. The way the original ordinance is written could be applied to any animal. Catherine Goodwin, I believe, thank you.
How many more you got, Miss Lisa?
Just two.
You get them, get them.
Okay. I'm shaking so bad.
That's okay. You're doing very well.
I believe wholeheartedly in self-sustainability. Sarah Doherty, it's a way of life. That's all I got.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. Alana Brown.
Oh, I bet you can't get what I'm here for.
Please state your name and your address for the record, ma'am.
My name's Alana Brown. I live at 716 Amano Street here in the Marque. Hi, Mayor, City Council members, the rest of our awesome city staff. I'm not here today for KLMB or Cemetery Board. I'm here as a homeowner and a chicken owner in La Marque, whose chickens, mind you, were in the brand new branding of La Marque's video that we have all over the place. We have a code in the city that is old and super outdated. It's from 1972, which for reference, my neighborhood over on Amato was built in 1984. The code's been around since before that, which I'm assuming means things were a lot more spread out. Several of us homeowners with chickens who have done no wrong, we've harmed no one, now feel watched by a stranger and harassed. We feel we have been following the code as it has been explained to us all. Since 72, that's 49 years if you do the math. So 5 decades that we've interpreted it the same way. And, you know, we're not bothering anybody. The constant reporting of those of us who have done no wrong uses our city code workers and their valuable time and resources. And it also uses city funds because we pay those city code workers to go out and do all of those things. Essentially meaning that this person is using, as a lot of us feel, city resources to harass us. When you have small children like I do, I have a 5-year-old that was climbing through the chairs over there. Knowing your home is being watched is kind of frightening by a stranger, even if you kind of know it's about chickens. My kids in the yard all the time, it's a little weird. I have compared our code with surrounding cities, other than Lisa's, where we kind of reached their school districts, the 4 that we are in. Santa Fe and Dickinson, I highlighted them all, are solely nuisance based. So health, sanitation, etc., proper food storage. Hitchcock, which is home to a ton of rural community, adheres to a code much like ours now, but with a lower 75-foot rule. Most of them have larger farms and do 4-H, so they are quite a different demographic than we are. Texas City, who we've all but merged with in a lot of ways, makes no mention whatsoever of fowl or animals in their online code database that you can pull up. Those are our closest neighbors, just for reference, and they pretty much don't have a code about chickens. The people of this city want chickens, and they want the code to change. At least 192 by my own online petition that I did, paired with the petition of Lisa Lewis. I'm sure that takes us somewhere around 250 people that we've been able to reach over the weekend in the city. I have like 2 sentences left.
Go quick,
Okay.
quickly.
To get rid of the 100-foot verbiage and stay with the nuisance space only. We're no different than dog owners. We love them, keep them cool in the heat. We keep our coops clean, and we use them as learning tools for our families, neighbors, and community.
That was a long sentence, Mom.
I did it fast.
Let's see. Lois Johnson. Hello, Miss Johnson. Please state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Lois Johnson. My address is 2019 Bellevue Street. And my concern is Bellevue and Kansas. We're having such, on Kansas, on one end it's just a dumping ground. It looks horrible. And I've complained, brought pictures, nothing's still done about it. And they steady dumping. My friend right there, she even got a photo of the man dumping. And another thing that I'm concerned about is like, like the mail truck, the garbage trucks, the delivery trucks, like those people. I'm concerned about those people because we barricaded. We got barricades on our streets. And I'll be looking at those people how the way they have to, the trash truck have to bag up, come back down. It's a double. I don't pay the gas truck a bill or nothing, but I just feel sorry for them. And like the mail truck, why they can't have the barriers moved where they can just make a whole, where they can just go around. They want to keep making all these double and triple, and just like cars. I done seen so many cars on our street that I got stuck in the ditch. They trying to go around the barricade.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the next thing, the last thing, our street, even though they came through and put the asphalt down, but if y'all will come down our street, it's a drop in there where, somebody can mess up their vehicle.
Yeah.
So I was asking if we could get another layer or whatever, another layer.
Yes,
But the main thing is though, the barriers. I can understand back in the days in 1990, where the gang members was, hey, they kept us in the house. Too scared to go to the stores or anything, but us elderly people, we had to suffer because of them.
Yes, ma'am.
But Mel Bell.
You're not supposed to let them know you know my first name.
I'm sorry, Mel. Remember one year y'all came out?
I did come out. You're
And I had sent a message through the city on my laptop. And I had mentioned about us being in the red zone because of the drug dealers and gang shooting and all that. And somebody asked me, said, let me ask you one question. They said, what is the what is the red zone?
Ms. Johnson, two things. Point of information. Did you put the issue of illegal dumping into our request tracker system?
No, I didn't do it.
Okay.
I did it the opposite way. I didn't know about it till then.
Okay. So we'll visit with you on that.
Okay.
Mr. Jordan is in the back. Mr. Jordan, would you wave at Ms. Johnson? He can help you with that. And Mrs. Kim Yancey is your new representative. Wave at Ms. Kim. She can help you with the rest of those questions.
Oh, okay.
And she'll bring those to council and we can deliberate on them.
Okay.
How about that?
Okay.
So before you leave, you need to engage those two persons.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Benjamin Morrison. Welcome, Mr. Benjamin. Would you, for the record, please state your name, full name, and your address, please?
My name is Benjamin Morrison. I stay at 203 Johnson Street, and I've been living there ever since 2010. First of all, my neighbor is an evil, vicious bully.
Okay,
He has cameras, 12 feet in the air on poles, and I have a 6-foot fence blocking out all the.
You can talk about all that, but what we can't do is call anybody any names. So go ahead.
Well,
I'll give you an extra.
I have a 6-foot private fence blocking out
sir.
all of my chickens. Now he said I have a rat and possum problem. I do not have that. He has 3 vicious dogs that bark 24/7, and they bark all the time. And he has palm trees in his front yard that haven't been trimmed. Rats stay inside palm tree leaves for cover from rainy weather, and also it breeds cockroaches. I have cockroaches coming over on my property line. My birds are beneficial. They eat roaches, they eat termites, they eat all kinds of pests. And plus, I'm an organic gardener. I grow my own vegetables. And I have a problem with this man spying on me with cameras, with motion detector lights. When me and my wife go in the restroom, take a shower, the lights come on 24/7. You know, and he got cameras watching us when we come in and out the driveway, all around the property. And my chickens are not noisy. A rooster crow early in the morning. It crows 12 o'clock noon. It crows like 2:30, and in the evening, and everybody go to sleep. They roost. They do not make no noise at all. But these dogs are a problem. They a big old Rottweiler, pit bull, and another dog. And the pit bull done had puppies. I heard the puppies crying and right making a lot of noise. And chickens are beneficial. You can get food, and plus they clean up around the house. Termites and roaches. And then this guy, he has a problem with me. He tell me before I do anything in my yard, I got to get his permission because he's a home owner of the Marque Association. I do not own a home. I'm a renter. I do not have no rights at all. I am tired of being bullied around with his cameras. I'm tired of him invading my privacy. And first of all, the cameras is on my landlord's property. He stole some of her property land by the survey markings. And my landlord has a big yard, big enough for another house. It's a double lot. I have a 6-foot fence around blocking everything. This guy gets steps where he can step over and look in your yard with a 35mm camera with a zoom lens. And he's complaining about chickens. Walking around, my chickens clean up my yard. They clean up the bugs. I do not have no rat problem. Around that area, people got horses, big old fields, and wherever it's horses, dog food, rats feed off that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. Carl, has anybody else arrived online? Will Bradshaw? Mr. Bradshaw,
Yes, sir.
are you ready to speak?
I'm not here to speak. I'm just observing. Thank you.
Joshua Stevens.
Joshua Stevens? Joshua Stevens.
Yes, sir. I'm just here to watch as well.
Okay.
Eric Malta.
Eric Malta.
Yes, sir.
Are you wishing to speak to council tonight?
Just also observing, taking in this public meeting. Thank you.
Well, welcome, guys.
Appreciate it.
That concludes this portion of our public citizens' request for a public hearing. Now, a few items of note. There is a latest interpretation of the ordinance in question. I would encourage each and every one of you to engage your city government so that you can read the latest interpretation of that ordinance, so that you can become educated on how the ordinance is being interpreted today. Engage us, engage the government. It's just as simple as that. Ask us about that letter that was written to interpret the code. Secondly, this council has heard you. This council will take up in the next few months this ordinance. We will work together. We will craft an ordinance, and then we will make sure that that ordinance is legal. We'll do it because we are your representatives, and we'll make sure that it's legal. We'll bring it before this body. Again, you're welcome to come back. And we will do what's in the best interest of our entire city. We are a city of about 20,000 people. And so we want to make sure that all those persons are heard. But again, I applaud you for your efforts. This is democracy at work, and I'm proud of you for everything that you brought to us tonight. You brought us a lot to think about, and that's what you should do. Thank you, guys. If you are still here and you're still in school, if, if you're an intern and you have a curfew, or you just want to leave, you may do so at this time. We don't mind. So, as they are leaving us tonight, me acknowledge the presence of Councilwoman-elect District A, Kimberly Yancey. It stands for us, Ms. Yancey. It's tonight because District A needs to be represented. And so while she cannot tonight be on this dais with us, that will happen sooner rather than later. We'll have a full council and then we'll really begin to do what we need to do for you. Can't do it with half of a council. But District A needs to be heard tonight. And so we're going to ask her at various times to come up and to weigh in on some of these issues, if you all don't mind. That first issue is going to be probably the next biggest issue that we have tonight. It will be item 5A. This is a discussion on the state of the Lamarque Police Department as it relates to the Safe City Initiative and the citizens of Lamarque. This was brought to us by Council Member Michael Carlson and Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion. There are several three persons wishing to speak to this item tonight. Would you like to do that first? Oh, okay. There are 4 persons that are wishing to speak. 3 of them have signed up. And so what we will do then is we will allow them to speak. And then we will then allow Mr. Compion and Mr. Carlson to lead the discussion. Casey and myself and Ms. Yancey will find a way to get in somewhere. So Mr. Ben, Ms. Catherine Keith is first. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll try to keep to 3 minutes. We don't necessarily have to in this one.
Well, this is going to sound like deja vu since I read it earlier, but here we go again.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm Kathy Keith. I live at 264 Rondo Pines. I'm a proud member of the Lamarque Citizens Police Academy Association. I'm here in support of our police department and our officers who put in long days without the necessary supplies they need to do their jobs and keep themselves and our community safe. Our police department needs appropriate funding for them to do the best job possible for our citizens and our community. The Lamarque Police Department already has in place a Citizens Police Academy for adults and another one for teens. This department has been reaching out to the community to build bridges for many years now. With adequate funding, just think of the social impact it would make. More officers on the street keeping our neighborhoods and children safe, more community-centered events where officers and citizens can meet. As citizens and as a city council and mayor, we need to back our law enforcement officers and our police department 100%. These officers risk their lives every single day to protect us. I thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. Mr. Ben Finney. Welcome, Mr. Ben. Would you state your name and thank you.
I live at 608 Sunset Lane in Lamarque. I've lived here since '72. I'm a former police officer here in Lamarque.
Thank you for your service, sir.
No.
Thank you for your service.
Okay, the last time I spoke to the council was about the building of a new police building, Department building. I guess that's been forgotten. The present police station is an old bank building that has been converted. The building is very small and crowded for what it's used for. For an example, you got 3 detectives in one office. February of this year, an unexpected emergency happened and all officers and dispatchers were ordered to the police station to stay until the emergency was over. All the officers except 4 caught COVID. They were unable to do their job. The dispatchers were doing their jobs with Dickinson PD. A citizen noticed the sheriff's department patrolling our streets and wanted to know why. The city had to get honest then. As soon as the officers tested negative, still sick, they were ordered back to work. They were also told their personal time was going to be used. Personal sick time was going to be used. This is wrong. The city had them on air mattresses in crowded, unsanitary conditions. This was the city's sick time, not their personal sick time. The police department needs a lot of new equipment. Cars are old, worn, high mileage. Vehicles have been broken down en route to calls. The LMCPA has purchased vests for officers. The city didn't have the money and a few other things. We have a city manager and 2 assistant city managers. This city is not large enough for all these assistant city managers. They're making probably in the vicinity of $200,000 a year besides what the city manager makes. The city manager, if he can't handle a job, he should leave and take the assistants with him. City manager works for us citizens, taxpayers. We pay his salary and he acts as he wants to be a Führer for the city. He is not. So back to police department officers, they are the best. Back to blue.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Mr. Finney, let me share with you, we hear you. We heard everything you said, and in this portion of our meeting, we can talk back to you. And so I want you to know I heard everything you said. And I want you to know that I'm thinking about everything you said. And I want you to know this council will deal with everything you said. Now, you made mention about a police station. I believe it was pre-COVID. I believe I challenged the council before, Councilwoman McCullough and myself was here, to build a new police station, to dream big, to bring that to the citizens. Because one of the things that I believe is that we bring issues to the citizens and the citizens will steer us in the right direction. So I said that to say a new police station is not on my back burner. It has always been on the forefront. I toured that building and I know exactly what you're talking about, okay? So we're with you. We want to make sure that we're doing things appropriately. We want to make sure that we understand what needs to happen with our police department. And so let's make sure that we're doing things appropriately. But we heard you, and definitely we're going to respond to all of those things. You'll see us real soon. Thank you. Sally Austin. Hello, Miss Sally. Welcome. Name and address for the record.
My name is Sally Austin. I live at 310 Newman Road. I have lived in Lamarque and been a resident here for over 35 years. I'm deeply concerned about our police department and the lack of budget funding for necessary safety equipment and equipment that our officers need to do their jobs. In the past year, our Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association has purchased necessary equipment for our officers, equipment needed to do their jobs. We purchased batteries for their personal tasers so that officers did not have to share batteries from one shift to another because their batteries were dead. We also purchased vests because our officers were wearing vests that had expired dates on them. Yes, vests do expire, they have a shelf life. We also have vehicles breaking down en route to a call, causing our dispatchers to send another officer out on the call, which takes more time than it would have if our officers were provided with vehicles that were maintained so that they didn't die on the way to a call. There are also vehicles that cannot even get out of our police department parking lot without being jumped with jumper cables because they have dead batteries. All of these are safety concerns and should be funded in our city budget. All of this should have come out of the city budget. These are my tax dollars and they're your tax dollars. Our association should not have to be paying for these items. Our officers are here to serve us, the citizens of Lamarque, which include our mayor, council members, city staff. They deserve the equipment they need to do their jobs. We are a city of 16,600 plus people. Do we really need two? Yes, two assistant city managers. Those two added salaries.
Go ahead.
Those two added salaries to the budget have put our lives and the lives of our officers who risk their life every day at risk. That money should have gone to our police department for the needed equipment. I'm asking the mayor and the council members to look into the spending of our tax dollars and specifically how that money is being spent and has been spent on our police department. And lastly, we need to hold accountable those in charge of funding the budget and responsible for the lack of funding for our police department. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. Laura Devine. Welcome, Ms. Laura. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Laura Devine. I live at 1406 Mary Lane, born and raised in Lamarque. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, City staff, and the citizens of Lamarque. Tonight, I am here to address the manner in which the death of K-9 Officer Rocky was handled. To many, he may have been thought of as just a dog, but in reality, he was one of our police officers. He was a partner, a co-worker, and a fellow employee. He was dedicated to his job and keeping this community safe. He never failed his department nor this city in his duty to serve and protect. Yet, we failed him miserably. From the lack of communication about his passing, providing details about the memorial service, to the complete lack of support for his fellow officers and department, the failure was evident. To add to this pain and frustration, having to utilize a facility in another town to hold the memorial service for one of our very own is a sheer embarrassment. It was our city that he worked for and our community that he served. K-9 Officer Rocky deserved to be honored for the dedicated and outstanding officer that he was. He deserved to be honored by the city and the community he served. He deserved to be remembered for his relentless and fearless dedication to carry out his canine officer duties to his department, this community, and this city. I thank you all for listening. And I know, Mayor, I saw you at the memorial.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I asked you that day.
Yes, ma'am. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. So as we extend this discussion to council, certainly this is a workshop, and so there are times when you all may need to speak. We will allow you to come back to speak if there are issues, but for the sake of time, we will do it very quickly. But we will allow an engagement. Before we begin this process, let me say this very clearly. I am, and I believe the rest of us are, in support of our law enforcement community. We love the men and women of our police department, and certainly we love Kirk Jackson. So some of the things that we will discuss tonight aren't personal. They are not against Mr. Jackson as a chief. They're not against Mr. Jackson as a city manager personally. They're not against any of the men and women of the police department. They're issues. And so please don't take this as some sort of opinion that we don't like Mr. Jackson or we don't like another member of our law enforcement community. These are issues that we will face and we will hit them hard tonight, but they have nothing to do with the people that are involved, and they have everything to do with the positions that they hold. Does that make sense? We're not mad at any person, but we're going to discuss performances and other things tonight. So I want to be clear on that. Having said that, Mayor Pro Tem and Mr. Carlson brought this to us, and so we'll allow them to present the issue to us first, and then we'll weigh in after.
Thank you, sir. I knew this was going to be a hot button topic, but it's something that needs to be addressed. It's been in the shadows for a very long time, ever since back in December. Chief Jackson, first, I want to congratulate you on your retirement coming up. And I thank you for all the years that you put in with the city. And a personal thank you for how you helped my family at one point. So I appreciate that. And thank you. Ever since December, the Lamarque Police Department's been in the spotlight. We all know what happened back in December. But ever since then, it's been in the spotlight. And it continues to be in the spotlight. I have a lot of citizens coming up to me going, hey, why is this happening with the police department? Why is that happening? And the more I found out stuff, the more concerned I became. Some of the issues were already brought up. The lack of supplies. Mr. Jackson, with the mayor's permission, is there a way we could get printer ink to the police department?
I know they need it, not seeing a request for it. If they need it, we'll get it for them.
Okay, because they've been out of printer ink in the watchroom for a while, from my understanding. So, could we at least get them printer ink, please? People were right. The CPA should not have to provide for bulletproof vests. They should not have to provide for taser batteries. Those are city responsibilities. I mean, that should be budgeted. And the problem is, it wasn't budgeted. Uniform maintenance and safety gear from last year was $54,843. I mean, there needs to be more than that. Fire department spends a lot more in safety gear. When I looked over the budget, prior to me coming on council, 90% of the budget from the police department was paid on salaries. There's something wrong there. Some doesn't add up right. Now, am I talking about getting rid of police officers? No. Actually, I would personally love to see more officers. And the reason why I say that is right now, our officers, and I said it when I got elected, they're the hardest working people I've ever met. They spend so much time, it's going from call to call to call, that they spend a lot of time off duty doing their reports. And they're probably the best police officers I've seen in a very long time. So that was, and if I could, go ahead and do into a Q&A session, sir.
Yes, sir. Call up. I mean, who do you want to be called up?
Could I have, sir, with your permission, could I have the chief?
I'm the presider over this meeting.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jackson, would you step to the podium, please?
My apologies, sir.
No, you're fine.
There's a few topics I want to talk about, Chief.
Okay.
Leadership is one. Generally, with a high number of officers in trouble and a low morale, generally speaking, that's a indication of a leadership issue. I understand there's been disciplinary problems, disciplinary actions being taken, but the morale of the officers is, I've never seen it that low in the 7 years I've been here. How could you agree with that it's a leadership
Absolutely.
issue? Okay.
Morale within the Lamarque Police Department is horrible right now. I admit that. And I mean, I can't lie and say that I have fantastic morale as well. My morale, we're all beat down. All law enforcement is beat down right now. So yes, the morale within the police department for a number of reasons is very low.
Thank you for your accountability on that, sir, and your transparency. I appreciate that. Staffing. How many positions do we currently have open?
So council, during the last budget last budget year, allocated 2 new additional positions effective May of this year. With those 2 vacant positions, we have 6 vacancies, 6 unfilled positions. However, please understand, I also have 3 officers out for one reason or another. So, well, actually, yeah, I have 3 officers out for one reason or another, whether it be administrative reasons or medical reasons. I have 3 officers out there. So all in all, we're realizing 9 vacancies within the police department. The officers are overworked. We're having to transfer officers from divisions into patrol in order to try to fill those vacancies on the street. And I really don't see any end in sight. I mean, as it is right now, we just exhausted our eligibility list. We're holding another entrance exam on July 1st, and believe that we have 1 person signed up for that test.
You said you are basically exhausted on your personnel, on your staffing.
We are
we
are critically low.
Okay. So you said you had to pull some back from detective work?
Correct.
Okay. Are they still able to handle their caseloads? Are
No.
they given the time to handle
No.
their caseloads?
As a matter of fact, we have to take those caseloads and assign them to other personnel as well.
Okay.
Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. What is when we approach our staffing issues or our staffing, what source do we use? Do we just go by the budget figures? Do we go by the workload? Do we go by, how do we figure our staffing?
I'm sorry, when you say figure our staffing, can you?
The number of officers we need for the streets.
Well, that comes from council.
Okay, so
The number of personnel within the police department,
Mhm.
that comes from council.
Okay, so it's budgetary regulated then?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
But also, like I said, please understand, we've got We are realizing 6 vacancies right now. And I have 1 person signed up for the entrance exam.
I understand, and I appreciate the honesty on that, sir.
Also, Councilman.
Yes, sir.
I believe that a lot of police staffing is found in the charter as well. It's delineated in the charter.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Do we currently have any canine officers on duty?
No.
Okay. Who are we using for canine services if we need them?
If we need, we can call surrounding agencies, Texas City, Santa Fe, Galveston,
Okay.
and
So we
other
have a-
agencies
we
that
have a
have,
backup
they
if
have
we need it.
canine units, yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Training. Nope, I'm sorry, equipment. Like I already talked about, the CPAA has already, they bought equipment. They shouldn't have to buy equipment.
Okay, and let me just clarify some of that real quick. I
Yes, sir.
did hear the statement about the body armors.
Yes.
Being, and I'm grateful for all the help that the Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association provides. And they did provide us with body armor for our SRT team. But I did hear you say that we should budget for body armor. We do budget for body armor. We budget it at the beginning of the year, and anytime an officer has body armor that is expired, patrol officer's body armor that's expired, it is replaced, and it is replaced according to the manufacturer's determination about when it should be replaced.
Okay.
So these officers on the street, they are equipped with body armor, and that's not an issue. And well, were you going to bring up the printer ink thing in a little bit?
No, sir.
Okay,
that was
then
already-
let me touch on that too.
Yes, sir.
So yes, there was a complaint because the printer in patrol, a printer about this big, did not have printer ink. And due to us trying to save some money, we said, okay, it was print to the admin printer in the admin hallway. So what we did then, so that the officers didn't have to walk to the admin printer whenever they printed something, we moved that printer into the patrol room. So inside of the patrol room is a copier and printer that the officers can print to. So there is the ability in the patrol room for the officers to print their necessary paperwork.
Okay.
I know there was a couple other things, but go ahead,
Yes.
Councilman.
Mechanical issues and vehicles without air conditioning, that troubles me down here in South Texas. Are you aware of the vehicles not having AC or mechanical issues? And is there a process to get them fixed and back in service?
I'm sorry. Have you guys heard of any cars with no AC? I haven't heard about that complaint whatsoever. Matter of fact, when I was assisting with a funeral escort Saturday, I was driving one of the units. And while I had to accelerate, the air got a little warmer and then it cooled back off. I haven't heard anything about AC not working. If there is a vehicle that needs repair, the officers write up a repair request form and send it to the barn. Now, there have been vehicles that have had to have extensive mechanic work on them, but we do have a fleet of 30 units. Some of them as old as 2014 active patrol units, line patrol units, as old as 2014. I do have 5 on the line that are 2010 Crown Vics used in reserve status, and they're rolling up over 100,000 miles each. But like I said, they're not used on a regular basis.
Right. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And training. I've had some people come up to me and say, there is no in-house training. Do you guys do in-house training?
Yes, we do. If we have somebody who's certified to administer the training, yes.
Okay. Do you
They have to have the proper certification and instructor's credentials in order to administer training. We do not have our own in-house academy. We don't meet the requirements of TCOL to have an in-house academy. So we can do in-house training, but for the most part, officers go outside of the police department to get their training.
Reason why I asked that is, I mean, I came from the fire side.
Right.
And there we do in-house training.
Right, and fireside is a whole lot different. I don't know
Right.
how the fireside is governed on the state level as far as training requirements, and is your training at the fire station able to be reported to the state? I don't know.
Yes,
But within
it
the
is.
police department, There are certain classes that we can self-report, but for the most part, we cannot hold a big training class because we are not a TCO recognized police academy.
Okay, I appreciate the edification on that one. So appreciate it. Thanks, sir. And I appreciate your honesty. And edifying me on certain things. So thank you, Chief.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, sir. And everything I'd like to bring up at this time, sir.
Well, we're here. If you think of something else, then that'll be fine. Chief,
Mayor.
how are you?
I'm here, sir. It's
Me too.
we're in a very difficult time.
Yes, we are. I just wanted to follow up on Councilman Carlson's question. How many trained the trainers do you have in your department?
It depends on what subject it is.
Didn't matter.
Okay, I don't have the exact number of.
But you do have trained the trainers.
I do have trained the trainers.
And the purpose of train the trainer is for those persons to go get training and come back and train your group, right?
Correct.
So that would then be considered in-house training.
It would be in-house training, but it's it's limited on what we can actually report to the
But
state.
they could still train in-house. You might
Correct.
not be able to report it, but they can still train, right?
Yes, they can
Okay.
still train.
So you do have in-house, you do have trained trainers.
We do have some, yes, sir. I don't know exactly how many, but we do have.
I just wanted to bring clarity to his
Right.
question. Thank you, Chief. I'm going to let Mr. Mayor Pro Tem step in.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks everyone for being here and participating in this. And Chief, congratulations on your retirement. I went through that, so I know you're seeking to continue. You're not going to just sit back and have coffee, as I recall the article in the Galveston Daily News said. So I'm going to follow up just a couple of questions here. Does the city of Marque, and Tim, perhaps you can respond to this one, do we have any sort of whistleblower ordinance? How does someone that has concerns at any level of city government as an employee express their pass on the information?
Well, it would depend on the department, but we do have provisions in the employee handbook for non-CBA employees to be able to file a quote unquote grievance, a non-CBA grievance through the HR department. But the police department and the fire department both have unions, so they will be able to file a grievance.
Right. But it's short of a grievance. I'm just saying, like, something as simple as, hey, Chief, I appreciate it. The printer being out of ink, it would work for us just to simply buy some ink and not go through what you went through, right? It just seems to me in terms of, and I've managed some companies, I want to try to facilitate a best work environment for my employees. So that's the sort of stuff I'm talking about. Why do it seems to me sometimes we're complicating things. And what I would like us to have a part of this morale is just let's make life easy for you and for whoever is the chief, our officers. I think that's one area that I'm looking for, in terms of a department that works together, is a happy department.
Right.
Will we agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's just one area. What mechanisms do we have? For example, we have officers here, and I'm going to put them on the spot, but I think that they perhaps have opinions as well too. Maybe it's all governed by the agreement here that I have here that's marked up and things of this nature. But as I've read this over 3 times, and I think there's something that's lacking. It's just simplicity, common sense. And if I were a member of the police union, a policeman, and I have a little issue, I don't want to think that I could go to you, Chief, and risk my job. That I think is perhaps part of what I've heard in a roundabout fashion, part of the morale issue. Being willing to just accept a simple complaint and then perhaps seeing some action upon it without somebody saying that you've got some sort of other agenda that's here. And just common sense, right? Working together. You said that the council, and I'm not having been part of that previous budget process, but what did the council in the past, council, maybe Mayor, you know this, what did they allocate for the number of policemen?
Right now, like I said, prior to May of 2021,
Yes, sir.
we were allocated 36 personnel at the police department, including myself.
30, is that include police staff or administrative? Staff?
Police officers
okay,
only.
Police officers.
Effective May of this year, council allocated funding for 2 more positions for the police department. So we're supposed to be at 38. We're also supposed to have 8 full-time telecommunicators. We have 2 full-time record specialists and 1 administrative assistant. So that is the staffing level at the police department.
And what activity, you mentioned that there was a class being formed and you only had 1 applicant, but beyond a class, are we engaged in outreach to try to hire other officers that perhaps are looking from other departments or?
So that
other
is,
areas?
so it's the entrance exam. We're a civil service agency.
So there's anybody that's licensed as a.
Doesn't even have to be licensed, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay.
So that's one of the things that I did a year or 2 ago in order to try to increase the diversity and bring in people from our community, from Lamarque, into the police department who have not yet had the opportunity to go through the police academy. I opened up. We used to require that the candidate be TCOL certified, have already gone through a certified police academy, have taken the TCOL licensing exam, and be a certified police officer. And then we would hire them and they would get their commission. We removed that barrier. And now that it's open to anybody who meets the minimum licensing qualifications according to the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. I have 1 person signed up for the test.
That also imposes upon me, I think, in my mind, as an elected official.
So
I'm going to be out recruiting with
Mayor
the
Pro Tem,
network that I have.
we do have officers within the police department who are actively going to police academies in the area to recruit. And one of the things that I heard from the recruiting officers is that when they mention Lamarque, they go, "Oh, Lamarque's got a bad reputation. Don't want to go there." Well, the fact is, the reputation is what's out there. And if you actually come here, you realize yes, we have our issues here. We have our issues everywhere. And one of the biggest problems that we've got is our work environment. I'm sure that's already been touched on briefly. That's got to get remedied. Absolutely has to be. But the biggest barrier that we're having in getting people to come in here is the reputation that the city of Lamarque has. In actuality, it's not that. Any citizen here knows that it's not that. So that's the barrier that we are going to have to get over in the city.
I fully understand that.
Yeah.
Working on all the various commissions and it hurts me when I hear somebody, when I say, "Where do you live?" Lamarque, and they say, "Oh, you live in the hood." Those sort of comments, when they don't even know our community and they don't know the heart and soul of our community. So the first thing that we've all trying to do is to say, Lamarque is a good place to live. We've raised children. We've had hardworking people here, that are working class in our community, and we're a very well diverse community as well. So I hope that we send that message out. And it's not necessarily, by the way, Chief, just the salaries alone, because I think we're in the mid-range for salaries, correct?
We're not the highest. We're not the lowest.
Yeah, on that side. I haven't had, just talking to others, I haven't really seen salaries as an obstacle. Let me ask you, this is just some observations, Chief, and this also, Chief, is I'm directing part of this to you. Anytime we talk about public safety, and I'm sitting up here as a political person, but I'm a volunteer now, right? I'm a volunteer as well. But anytime we have a discussion about public safety, the police department, that holds considerable public sway, regardless of your political leanings, right? It's just becomes an issue. And I just want to say to you, Mr. City Manager, because we're going to be, I read your story and your quote in the Galveston newspaper. I hope that you don't make a mistake as this effort, because I do understand you have the right to seek a new police chief candidate, right? But I hope that you don't make the mistake by not remembering to consistently engage council, as has been done in past searches, as well as members of our community as well too, in terms of this selection process. Because our police department, as the Chief Jackson has said, is challenged right now. We want to make sure that we take this opportunity to rebuild both the morale and the reputation, perhaps, of our community as a whole in this effort.
Joe,
So,
let me stop you right there. Just quickly, let me interject. By charter, the city manager appoints the police chief, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he has the ability to provide process. The council can delineate process. We can't hire or fire anybody, but we can direct him how we want the process to take place.
okay.
There you go.
Thank you, sir. That's from the old guy. I appreciate that
Yes, sir.
information. And the other thing I want to say too, Chief, and I think you're very important in this. We all as a community need to come up with a shared vision of what our expectations are for the police department that we have here. What do we really want our community to look like? I want to say as part of that shared vision, we need to respect even our K-9 officers. I think that's important as well too. They are part of our community. They are police officers. And so we bring them back aboard. That's an important part of respecting. We need to, and this is, I think I also direct this perhaps to you. I think we also need to bring back the concept of community policing. We really do in a very realistic form in terms of a central philosophy. And it's a way of providing services. And I hope that all of us as a community, whether we live in Lamarque or next door too, because I understand in the past, the selection process of a previous police chief involved police chiefs from local departments. So I hope that we're able to bring about collaborations at all levels so that we're creating for our police department, and for our citizens who view and work our police departments. I hope that we're able to promote, let's call it promote for our police department, a culture of guardians, a culture that they are our protectors, that they're not our warriors, right? In terms of conflict. I want protectors and I want guardians for our community. That's my hope. And Mr. City Manager, speaking for myself, as I said, I do want to be an active partner, Mr. Mayor, in terms of the process associated with selecting a new police chief. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Before we allow Casey to weigh in, I don't know that we're ready for a process or even for a new police chief. I think that the ultimate bosses are not the city manager, nor is it council, but it's the people, right?
Absolutely.
And we haven't even heard, Chief, what the people want in their police chief. So there's no need to have big searches, little searches, or any searches. We need to be searching the hearts and the opinions of the people that live in this community. What do they want in the police chief, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, 100%.
I don't know why we're putting the cart before the horse. You've served with distinction, long career. I appreciate it. Now it's time to have a new chief. We all get that. We understand that. But why are we not looking at what the people are asking for in a new police chief? It just doesn't make sense to me. But I digress. Casey, where are you?
Okay. First off, I just have a couple of specific clarification questions. Thank you so much, Chief. Thanks, Lois. it's on. So, so one of the things that Councilman Carlson brought up was the hiring process. And I know I've learned a lot about the hiring process for the PD since I've been here. And whereas I once thought, well, we approved a budget, the hiring of new officers. Why don't we have new officers yet? What's going on? I have learned now that there is, not only a multi-step process, but Lamarque has more additional processes more than some of our surrounding cities in order to fill a position at the PD. Can you please explain like the length of time and what has to happen in order for us to fill an officer spot?
According to civil service, we have to have our entrance exam posted for a minimum of 30 days before it's administered. But let's be honest, 30 days in today's day and age is not enough time to get the adequate number of police officers signed up for the test. So let's look at 60 days, 80 days. So we're looking at a prolonged period of time from posting the test to actually administering it. So then when that happens, we have X number of candidates show up to take the entrance examination. Okay, hypothetical, let's say we get 12 that show up. So then they're going to take the civil service entrance examination, which they either you have to make a minimum score of passing, and then if you do pass, then you move on to the next phase of the hiring process, which would be a preliminary background investigation, followed by a oral review board, followed by a background investigation, and then we have to send them to the state mandated physical and psych. And I left a week out of there too. They're given about a 5-day period by the HR director, a 5-day period to fill out a personal history statement, which is about like this thick, get all of the necessary documents that they need, verification of citizenship, high school transcripts, college transcripts if they have it, several documents that they need to turn in with that hiring packet as well. So there's 5 days right after the test. And like I said, then they're going to go to a preliminary investigation, which could take anywhere from 5 days to 10 days. Then we're going to do an oral review board with the candidates. And then we are going to do a background investigation. And actually, let me clarify one more thing. According to civil service, I say, give me the top 3 names. So then we take those top 3 and process them. Now, in a situation where we're realizing 6 vacancies, I'm not going to say, give me the top 3. I'm going to say, give me the top 6, clearly. And then we process those officers. So from posting the test to actually the hiring process, we could be looking at 2.5, 3 months. When these officers are working as much as they are, that's a really, really long time. Now let's add in that we are now hiring people who are not TCOL certified. So after we hire them, now we're sending them to the police academy. Their job is to be a full-time student in the academy. That is 8 months long. So on top of now, we're looking at potentially a year. So the key is to get people in the door to take that entrance exam. I've tried everything I can possibly think of to do that. And I'm open for suggestions from anybody. I'm open for suggestions from the public, from the council, from city administration, from the students in the high school, wherever it is. Please help us fill the ranks of the police department.
And so I remember when I think it was in 2020, maybe it was like 2019 that we rolled out the I Am Lamarque program for the fire department. I remember that was really exciting. It's like, wow, what a great recruitment tool. What a great way to make sure that we are sowing the seeds of our future, administration and our first responders within our city. I remember asking at the time, why can't we have something just like that at the PD? This is like exactly the kind of thing we're always talking about, like recruiting within. Can you explain and shed a little light on why it may or may not translate so easily?
Because we are bound by Chapter 143 of the local government code in our hiring processes. The fire department is not. The fire department can bring somebody in the door as a candidate for hiring. They're not held to those same requirements that 143 or civil service puts on us. So now that's kind of what we're doing with the cadet program. I mean, we're opening it up to somebody who is not a certified peace officer. But we're unable to do that same thing that I Am Lamarque is at the fire station, because we are bound by civil service, by state law.
Is that the same? Is that same for all of our neighboring cities too, or is that
If
special? to
the
Lamarque?
neighboring city has adopted Chapter 143,
Right, so at
which
one
is
point-
voted on by the citizens.
Right, so it came before the citizens on a ballot.
Correct.
And they voted for it, and that's why we hold to it.
Right.
Right. I just thank you for that, because that was really enlightening for me when I was trying to figure out, well, why can't we just do this? This is so sensible. It's a really good reason. I mean, it came before citizens years ago. They voted that they wanted it, and it's could be seen as an obstacle today. You know, it doesn't make it as easy, like you said, for us to just recruit heavily and get people in the door so we can have to jump some hurdles first. I also wanted to talk a little bit about budget. So I didn't look at it ahead of time. I know, though, every time we start off budget workshops, one of the things that we look at, right, is that beautiful dollar graphic that tells us where every dollar of taxpayer money goes, you know, fractionally, you know, proportionally where it goes in the city. Tink, can you tell us about in the last, I mean, on average, or maybe even specifically for last year, how many cents on the dollar from our budget goes to the police department?
It's 40 something, but I don't remember the exact number.
Okay. And is it one of the smaller portions of the budget? Is it one of the bigger ones?
Well, it's the largest portion of the budget.
Right. So, you know, I echo what everyone else here says. I think, you know, it's obvious, and it's been obvious for years now, that there's a lot of work that needs to be done specifically in our PD, just first and foremost, infrastructure wise, building wise, supplies wise, tools wise. But I also don't want the narrative of the story to become, we don't spend any money on our police department. Every city across the nation, maybe not every, I can't speak for every, but the research shows police departments are where you spend the most money as a city. And that is because we see our first responders in the police department as peacekeepers, as important, obvious, necessary roles in any municipality. And I'm not going to argue with that. In fact, I think we should be finding more ways to support a smart and responsive police department. It's really important to me that the people who are here listening and the people who are at home don't hear, you know, by golly, we're just leaving them out there with tablets and, you know, sticks to ride on and not able to do any of the work. Balancing the budget is an art and something that I would argue we fail at in lots of ways and succeed at in lots of ways every single year. And I would love for someone to show me a city that balances their budget perfectly so that every single department gets everything they want with no disappointments. I can tell you for a fact that to sit here and say that the police department is the hardest working department of the city and that we are completely neglecting them absolutely undermines the hard work of so many people that work on behalf of this city. I want us to have a police department that feels strong and feels supported and knows that the people who sit up here and the people that vote for them, and just, they are supported and loved. They are all amongst the people in our city who should be held to the highest level of accountability. They are people that we pay, they get to walk around with a weapon that can take someone's life. It is the highest privilege and burden that I can think of. They are not the only hardworking, deserving citizens and workers of this city. Our public works department doesn't get tons of stuff that is asked for. Our library, you know, things that make a city a city. So to tie that together somewhat, I just want to reiterate that I agree. I mean, we're going to have a vibrant budget discussion, I'm sure. And I fully expect that we're going to talk a lot about, yeah, you know what, we have a desperate need in our police department right now. Like everything that I've been learning in debriefings, like it is dire. And I hear you, and I'm so glad that some of you are here. And I wish that I would like more opportunities to hear directly from our police officers. And I completely agree. As we begin to move forward towards finding someone to step in the shoes of Chief Jackson, I would very much like to hear, to host an opportunity to hear directly from people that we hear all the time from, and people who maybe we've never heard from before, and from the police officers themselves. I just find it's incumbent upon me sitting in this position that this story doesn't get swept into what a disabused police department we have, and that it's all about a mismanagement of funds. I'm sorry, I vehemently disagree with that. I'm not saying that we've managed our funds perfectly. Hell no. But we're trying to listen, and it is not easy to try and balance all of the vital roles that a city plays.
Can I just add something here?
Please.
Okay, so, and yes, I am retiring. I have announced my retirement, and when the budget workshop start, I will already be gone. I am including some much needed equipment into the budget. New camera systems for the cars. I don't know if I'm actually allowed to say this or not. I'm putting into the budget for whoever's going to present this in my absence, much needed equipment that these officers need. I mean, we have equipment here, but we also need desperately need some equipment replaced, updated. We're using some legacy in-car camera systems that are just, we might as well not even have them in there. It's going to come before the council for this equipment. Please, you've got to do everything you possibly can in order to fund this stuff for these officers.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
So just two more sort of buckets of questions. So we hosted a workshop several months ago back in March around the police union CBA. And from where I sit, I think that the future of that CBA is one of the most important things that we as city leadership will contend with, will manage, will finesse into the future, because as I see it, it's nearly useless to talk about the future leadership of the police department and how the police department will thrive and how morale will increase and how we will address issues that the public has made very clear they want dealt with after the death of Joshua Feast and many other instances. That I'm not going to go through everything that we went through, and that would take way too long. But I just want to take this opportunity to say, like, that is going to be my hobby horse. It will be the hill I die on if I have to, because I think it is one of the most important things that we as the city council will address is the future of our police union contract. And that's not to say I think that we shouldn't have a police union contract. And I want to reiterate again, I would like for us to be a city that innovates on the ways we support our police department and what we think of as our police department. We have the ability to rethink how we address problems in this city. We don't have to stick to what has been done before. We don't have to stick to what cities nearby do. We can innovate, we can partner, we can create new opportunities, we can look at research, we can listen to the people. Chief, you said earlier that work environment was one of the things you thought was, I can't remember your exact words, but you mentioned it as something to sigh about.
Horrendous.
I would like, before I conclude my comments, can you please speak a little bit more on what exactly you mean by that? And I don't mean to put you in a strange position, so only say what you're comfortable with.
The police station in the late 70s, early 80s was a bank. Then it was when City Hall moved over where it is currently, the building was modified to fit the police department of 1993. 1993, 28 years ago. We have had to modify, move walls, add offices, and it's just it is old. I'm constantly having to pour money into air conditioning systems, into the electrical, into the plumbing, into modifying the building just so it's a place where the officers, and I'm not even going to say want to work, because it's a building where these officers go to work each and every day, and it is not a pleasant work experience. It's cramped. We do not have enough office space for the personnel that are in there. That building these officers have got to get a new facility built for them. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. And I know the mayor has a passion about a municipal complex. Absolutely. Let's start the municipal complex with a police station. I'm all for it 100%. I won't be here, but I hope that they get to have the first building in the municipal complex is the building for these officers. They deserve it. They're out here on every single day serving the citizens, risking their lives, and they deserve to have a facility that they can take pride in. So that when I say the work environment, that's what I'm talking
about. Actually, again, this, I don't mean to put you on the spot and make you uncomfortable in any way, so feel free to pass. But, going back to what I said about how many current concerns I have about our current CBA. Is there anything that you, now that you are retired and moving on, is there anything that you wish had been different in terms of specifically with the contract that you feel would have allowed you to do your job better, or that you loved about it?
I came up in that CBA. I was a product of 143 and collective bargaining. I understand the necessity for the collective bargaining agreement, but I also that collective bargaining agreement in its core form was written in, I don't know when it was written, but it was written long before I got there. Now we have made tweaks here and there to it. The CBA needs to be modernized and brought up to today's law enforcement functionality standards, to today's legal standards. I don't have any serious issues with the CBA the way it's written. I just think things need to be tweaked, things need to be cleaned up. So there's no way for police administration and police association to have an area where they disagree on something because the verbiage is just not clear enough. So that's what I want to see fixed in the CBA. And I think the association leadership that you have right now agrees with that and is all on board with coming up with a collective bargaining agreement that is going to benefit both the officers and the city.
Okay, I'm good for now. Thank you so much.
Sure. Chief, just real quick, I'm going to let Joe back in, and then we want to go to Ms. Yancey. But go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to follow up on two items that Casey was. To be clear, the chapter 143 is for our citizens to know, and our residents, is the civil police officers civil service law, and as opposed to the county, which doesn't have a civil service, where the sheriff is able to unilaterally decide who is advanced, who becomes a captain, who becomes a lieutenant, things of that nature. Lamarque chose to implement an objective standard in terms of its officers, and that's the chapter 143 that has been referenced there.
Chapter 143 of the local government code.
The local government code, exactly.
It's a very long read. If you ever want to fall asleep, open it up on your computer and
I
you'll
don't
be
think it
asleep.
makes Joe fall.
Not at all. I love it. I'm looking at it now. The other thing, just by way of information, and I think Jerry will agree with me, if ever the citizens of Lamarck wanted to eliminate that, they have that privilege as well. If 10% of the voters decide that they would like to petition for that, and then another election would be held, and then we'd go back to this subjective manner of the chief deciding who they wanted as officers and things of that nature.
Well, yes and no. We are both chapter 143 and collective bargaining.
Well, the collective bargaining has a role in that too.
Right.
On that side, correct. The other thing, Chief, and I think would be helpful for me anyway, because I remember I was asking this when we were approving, you guys may remember some new pumps out with the public works out on the west side and the useful life of the pumps. And I've been looking at our, I'd like to see more of that, for example, in any discussion with regard to new cars. What's the useful life of our cars? So that we can really have a fiscal policy that speaks to those particular needs. If we buy cars today, then let's plan in our planning. So to a future council, please know that the useful life of a vehicle, if you're like me, it'll be 25 years. But we know that's not the useful life for a police vehicle, right? So, but useful lives are important. I'd like to see that perhaps, if you could provide us some guidance.
Well, not only useful life, but the number of vehicles, because if you have one car being driven by two different officers, the useful life of that vehicle is going to be cut in half. So
You're
not
the
only
expert
do you
in
have
that,
to
right?
have new vehicles, you also have to have enough.
I'm counting on you. You're the expert in that area. Okay, and your feedback is important. That's all.
So Chief, would you agree that the councils that you've worked under since you've been the chief have did everything they can to provide you with the resources that are necessary for you to function?
I don't see the big picture about the dollar amounts that the council has. I know that I can say that the council has been more than willing to listen to and fund the not all, but many of the projects that I've brought before council.
In fact, that your budget has increased year over year.
Yes, it has.
Okay. So and again, I love you, Chief. And this is not toward you. I'm just bringing some stuff out, right? So if a person or if a group of people receives increases in funding year over year, but are still having issues with effectiveness, let me stop there. Our officers are brilliant. The men and women of the Lamarque Police Department are the best, I believe, in this county. Not against them. But we're talking about how we use money, right? And so would you agree then, would you agree that we have the best officers in the county?
Absolutely.
So then if we have the best officers in the county, and then there's an increase in funding year over year, can we figure out where the problem is? Is there a problem in perhaps the management of those funds? If the officers are the best in the county and there's an increase in funding, where's the disconnect?
Costs increase every year. The cost of living increases, the cost of doing business increases. Costs increase every year, so budgets are going to have to increase every year.
Right.
Is there mismanagement of funds within the police department? I would argue no. We are trying to be as fiscally responsible with the public's money as possible as we can. But if there is a need that is realized within the police department and the funds are there for it, we will fund it. We will spend the money on that need. I think I'm done.
Because that to me is the heart of the issue, right? You're receiving funding, not you, your department is receiving funding, and we still have issues, we have challenges, right? And so at that point, you know, one would have to look at fiscal management, which goes into a whole different area of planning, right? But that's for later. So let me ask you another question, because I'm trying to follow up on some of the things. And of course, Casey and I, we agree on a lot. I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm just trying to understand the argument from a different side, right? So I watch a lot of history, and I watch a lot about the men and women that have made sacrifices for our country. They went into battles that many times they knew there was a strong possibility that they would not come out of. You agree?
Yes.
They went in willingly, right? I believe when they stormed the beaches of Normandy, they knew, many of them knew that they would not come back home, right? But they did it anyway, right? And they were glad to do it, scared, but glad to do it, right? And so the morale was high. And so now we're suggesting, and it's true, and we'll get to that later, but now that the morale is low. For me, it means that there is an issue then with leadership. And I'm not necessarily talking about your leadership at the highest levels. Because if you have people who are willing to, who know that they are going to die in battle, willingly offering their lives for their country, then you also have officers that would go into battle in this community to protect and serve, willing to offer their lives willingly, right? Unless, I mean, if you look at World War II, you look at the fact that we have idolized our generals, right? That's the greatest generation because those generals inspired those men and women and whoever to give their lives. The president inspired them to give their lives. And so it's my experience when you have an issue with morale, it's not the conditions as much as it is the inspiration and the vision of leadership. Again, I'm not even necessarily talking about you, but I wanted to point that out. And so there are some issues with leadership at the highest levels. Otherwise, these men and women of this police department would give their lives willingly. And the folks that are on the outskirts of our city would be fighting to be a part of our police department. Wouldn't you say so?
You would think so.
You would think so. I'm gonna leave it alone. Ms. Yancey, are you ready?
I think we have, first of all, good evening to the council, and to you, and to my fellow citizen police academy. I am a graduate, and of the FBI as well, Citizens Academy. So I have great respect for our law enforcement. Thank you for serving. When we are in a democracy, so when you don't have good law enforcement, you have chaos. So I am a backer of the blue when you are doing the right thing. So we know we've got some issues, and you and I have talked many times about some of the issues with staffing that we've had here in Lamarque. And thank you for your 27 years of service. I think we do have a unique opportunity though, now that the chief has resigned, to bring in some innovative new ideas. We all know that budgets are tough, they're tight, but we do have some opportunity to get grants as we have done for infrastructure. And if you watch, I'm regularly on the Justice Department grants. They put them out almost daily now because of the issue of policing. So I do believe that we need to take our time when we're getting a chief and see what the people want, because we have a unique opportunity to bring the people and police together in Lamarque. And that has been the disconnect. That's why we march. That's why, and I have never heard about the deplorable conditions. That is not good.
Because when you have a stressed out police department, they make mistakes on the streets. And then, Mr. Mayor, we're not safe anymore. So it is our job to look at the entire picture as the city council to protect and make sure they have everything they need to be successful. And we as council members find that those monies. I have my own CDC, a 501c3, and we're some of the people that I've talked to going door to door in this last election have talked about some of their needs and things that they want to see. You're right, Chief, we don't have the best reputation, but we're gonna fix that. We're gonna try to fix everything what they say about Lamarque, the negative, the good, the bad. I'm a teacher, so we get that too. But it's gonna take hard work. We're gonna have to be intentional about what we do and become innovative. I am a little concerned about the 9 vacancies though, because that means that people are not safe with 9 vacancies. I am concerned about the lack of leadership. And a lot of what we're talking about, let's just put it on the table. It's lack of leadership. When police do not have a good morale, that's a problem. We've got to fix that. I want to be a part of the solution. We talked about the problems. I'm only 2 days here, right? So, but I am known to be a solutionist and to bring and look at what are the best practices of other cities with similar budgets and with similar demographics that look like ours. What did they do to turn their police departments around? And we need to hold people accountable so that when that person's held accountable, then it trickles down. Leadership starts at the top. We all know that. And it sounds like, just from what I've heard and what I've heard from the street, that we've got some issues of leadership. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity to speak from the floor. And I definitely believe that if you're listening in, please pray for our city. We're at a crossroads, but I do believe that we have the best brains in Lamarque and we can get them fixed. And I'm so excited about serving with this next council and being part of the problem, not the problem, being part of the solutions, because we know what they are. Let's fix them while we can so we can have more families move to Lamarque. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Ms. Yancey, if you have any other questions or anything, just wave at me and I'll pull you back. Chief, listen, I got a lot of love for you. I really do. You've been here 27 years and I respect that. And you worked hard. You have worked hard and you didn't want this job. I get it. And I want you to understand that I get it. I get it more than you think that I get it. I really get it. You're standing here answering questions that you shouldn't even have to answer. But you're doing it. And you've been so pleasant to this council when you could have said, whatever you wanted to say. And so to the end, you have been a decent man and you have been a good man. And so as we discuss a little bit, it's not directed at you. We have a problem. And let me say this to you, Chief, and let me say this to everybody that's listening. Here's what I need us to understand. Whether this seat is being held by Mayor Bell or anybody in this audience, whether these council seats are being held by anybody different than those that are holding them now. Listen to me, Chief. Change is gonna come. You understand what I'm saying? This council is a reflection of the frustration and anger in our community. And so I can die tomorrow, but the changes that are coming, they will still come. Joe can take a cruise and never come back. The changes that are coming will come because they are being pushed by the citizens. You get what I'm saying? So let's not think that, oh, well, we got a council and maybe they should, and oh, they're just against us. And it doesn't matter who's sitting in the seat. The changes are going to come because the people are demanding it. Does that make sense? And I'm saying it to you, but I'm really saying it to us because there's some people in the room that may not understand that, but now they do. Those folk want changes. And I can win the lottery tomorrow. And they're still going to want those changes. Does that make sense?
Mayor, I want change too.
I know you do.
And there's nothing that I want more than for the officers of the Lamarck Police Department to be happy. Whatever needs to happen in order for that to come to fruition, I'm all for it.
We have this council, us three, Ms. Yancey, we've all been elected within the past, actually, 6 months, maybe 7. And we have all been elected with a mandate to take our city back. It's nothing personal. For too long, right? This city has not been in the hands of this community. Let me make this very clear. The police department, so that I can stay on message, has been taken from them. And Ms. Yancey's election, Mr. Carlson's election, Mayor Pro Tem, myself, we have a mandate to take the city back from anybody that has been hoarding this city. And it's gonna happen whether we're here or not, because if I die tomorrow again, they're gonna elect another mayor who's gonna do exactly what they're asking him or her to do. Now, let me move on. So I wanna go back to a couple things. Just, can we rapid fire? It could be yes or no, you know, we just get through this and then it'll be fast. So did we have a plan for COVID? Yes or no? Winter Storm Uri, let me take you to Winter Storm Uri. Okay, Winter Storm Uri. Did we have a plan for COVID? Because let me help Dira. So we weren't as safe as we needed to be in the winter storm. We were vulnerable, and the Safe City Initiative commenced before Winter Storm Uri, and so when we brought that to this city, we brought it before Winter Storm Uri. And so anything that happened after that, as it relates to the police and the city being unsafe, is a part of the Safe City Initiative, because it's so broad and so vague.
I guess I'm not really wrapping my head around the actual question. Did we have a plan for COVID during Uri?
Did we have how were our officers allowed to be in the community and make our community members unsafe when they had COVID?
Mayor, as soon as we found out that the personnel were sick, they were taken offline. They were not out in the community. As soon as we found out that our staff were sick, they were not told just go to work. That did not happen. They were taken offline. They stayed at home until they were able to recover from their illness. So they weren't told go out in the community and continue policing while you're sick. Didn't happen.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll get back to that.
Do you know something that I
No, we'll
don't
get
know
back to
about?
that. No, we'll get back to that. We'll
Okay.
get back to that one. So let me ask you then, because I don't know how a printer is allowed to be questioned as a Safe City Initiative and officers that potentially have COVID and engaging in the public with the citizens somehow is not Safe City. I don't get that. If we're just talking about Safe City, then we should be talking about a printer. But we talked about a printer, but I digress. Let me ask you about these 6 unfilled positions and these 9 total positions. Who did you make aware of that? Who did you tell that you have 6 unfilled positions?
City administration knows about the 6
And what did they direct you to do?
Do everything that we possibly can in order to try to bring in more qualified candidates, more qualified applicants from the outside.
Were you directed to report this crisis, because it is a crisis, to council?
I'm not directed to report anything to council.
Did you know if there were any plans for this to be reported as a crisis to council?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, so we've transferred officers out of positions that they're investigators at, and they're on the street, because that's also been offered in discussion. So apparently that's a part of Safe City too, not COVID, but this. So we have officers that are now investigating. They were investigating, now they're on patrol.
Correct.
Who did you report that to?
To my supervisor.
Okay. Do you know if at all that was reported to council?
I have no idea, Mayor.
Okay. This horrendous work environment that has been described by yourself, you brought this into discussion, I didn't, I'm just sitting here listening. This horrendous work environment that you have described at the police department, what is your role in making sure that your officers have a safe environment?
My role is to utilize the space that we have to the best of the ability, to the best of our ability within the police station. That's my role.
If in fact the environment is unsafe and horrendous, do you have a responsibility to report that to your superior?
Yes, and I feel that I have.
Do you know if that report was communicated to council?
I don't know one way or another, no, sir.
Okay, well, let's see. Chief, you know that this council has been having discussions about a safe city initiative.
Yes.
Have you met with anyone as it relates to forming any sort of strategy as it relates to the safe city initiative?
I have met with Assistant City Manager David Jordan. Yes.
So I'd like to see tonight any plans that you all have made as it relates to formulating anything, policy, any procedure, any directive as it relates to the Safe City Initiative. Safe City. Stay on Safe City. Okay, I can be on Safe City all night.
I don't have anything in front of me, Mayor. I don't have any documents in front of me.
Okay, so to your recollection, to your knowledge, what was the fruit that came out of that meeting, that discussion? What were some of the things that you wanted to bring to the administration so that they can bring them to council for us to deliberate and approve or disapprove?
Collaboration with other agencies in the criminal justice system and in the community.
Anything else?
Continuing and expanding our citizens, the community-oriented policing program in the city. That comes to the top of my mind.
How long ago was this meeting?
I think the last one was in March.
And it's June now?
Yes.
When were we gonna get a report on Safe City initiatives from the police department?
Mayor, I've had a lot of struggles with the police station since then, and I don't, as far as when you were gonna have a report, I guess maybe when I was able to get a report formulated and brought forward. But I've had a lot of struggles.
I know. And again, this has nothing to do with you. The issue is leadership. That's the issue. If we can talk about what's on the agenda and what's not on the agenda and stick to the topic, and but the people are angry. They're angry. And there are a lot of relationships that you have formed in this community, and people love you, and they've had a lot of respect for you. And somehow, some way that has dissipated. And you're a good and decent man, and it has dissipated. And every time this council tries to get answers, we are rebuffed with things like stick to the agenda and other words of discouragement. When the people want change. Does that make sense? We just want change.
I understand.
We just
Yes,
want,
sir.
we want to own our own city. We want to be able to steer our own city. We want those that we elect to be able to represent us to the fullest. We don't want to be rebuffed. We don't want to be bamboozled. We don't want to be led astray. We don't want to be manipulated. We don't want to be threatened. The elected officials want to represent the people in the fashion that the people would have them be represented. And they want answers. And you're standing here as a good and decent man, taking all of the criticism and frustration from a community that used to love you. And I'm upset about that, Chief. Because you, sir, don't deserve it.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
You sure can.
So I think I'm confused. The last thing that you asked Chief for, the like reports or seeing whatever progress has been made based on our last Safe City Initiative discussions. You know, I think, and maybe I just left those meetings with a different understanding, but so much of what we talked about, and in my memory, in the last big one, the one that was, you know, several hours long, was Mr. Carlson was not present for that one, it was over Zoom. You know, so much of that were these big sweeping discussions on everybody bring your ideas to the table, throw spaghetti on the wall, right? And some things got narrowed down. You know, there was talk about, I remember something that was a bit of a hobby horse of mine was, we can't just say we're doing the Safe City Initiative. That has to, you know, be attached to, here are the 10 policies we're going to enact, or here are the 5 goals we have with the objectives attached to each of them. And I thought we were still in the process of getting there, you know, and I thought that UTM, you know, when I invited UTMB Center for Prevention of Violence to come, you know, that's all been part of that. And I feel like, you know, and obviously they didn't expect to be, you know, called on to provide information tonight on that specifically. I think, I know I'm confused about like, well, what were they supposed to have done by now to report on it? You know?
So I would love, I'm glad you asked that question. So here, so let me split it in two, and so that we can be clear. I asked him if he did anything on Safe City, and he said he had meetings, and so I just wanted to know. He said it, I didn't. Number one. Number two, I'm glad you brought that up, because we've been asking our city manager for months on end to set up a meeting with UTMB, with the police department, and with every other entity that we can find, so that we can move forward with crafting a safe city policy. Did you attend that meeting? Because I didn't. You know why? Because it was never called. Do you understand what I'm saying, Casey? It was never called. And so there's been some ineffectiveness as it relates to safe city.
I mean,
Go ahead.
I understand your frustration. I'm also frustrated that we haven't had the follow-up meeting with all the different ISDs. And, you know, I mean, I desperately wanted us to meet with the UTMB Center for Prevention of Violence and the 409 Action Network, because I think those are experts in their fields, and those are people that can help inform things that we, like I was saying earlier, innovative ideas that support the police department and are more than just safe city equals police officers, right? However, we've had almost a meeting every week, almost. You know, there's been a lot of meetings and a lot on our agenda, and we've had the election, and you know, so I also want that meeting, and I'm also frustrated we haven't had it. And I do remember that there had been emails about it, and then unfortunately, I do remember T telling us about the murder of the principal in Texas City, and how that sort of threw up plans for a loop. And then I'm sure it got caught in the whirlwind of all the things we've had on our agenda. All that is to say, I think obviously it's time for that meeting. And I just wanted it to be clear, like there's not been a directive of here are the things that we as a council. And in fact, I remember the discussion in some of those early workshops being that we need to wait till we get through this election and we have a full council to even start having some real have some more robust discussions about what safe city means and come up with those true trackable objectives so that we're not just saying, hey, City of Lamar, we implemented the Safe City Initiative, and isn't that grand? When it doesn't mean anything, right? When we want to have deliverables and hold ourselves accountable and come up with things that are sustainable. And so, I mean, honestly, I just want to make that clear because that is how I've understood our workshop so far, is that we've been working through things, coming up with ideas, pitching some to city administration, like, is this too much? Do you think this is manageable? How are other cities doing this? We're still very much, in my opinion, at the beginning of those conversations. The end.
Sure, Casey, and I appreciate that, but I remember back when we were speaking about Safe City, this council gave the city manager 10 things that he can do immediately so that we would have space and time to meet with and craft. It's June now, it's June. Meet with and craft a cohesive and robust Safe City initiative for this community. We gave him 10 things. 2 of those things were, I wanted a community engagement officer, a person to just go out, an officer to go out into the community and just find people. How are you? How are we serving you? What issues do you have? What can we do to help you? And that was shot down. And then I asked us to move immediately into a community policing policy. And again, that was shot down because it appears if it's not something that certain folks want, they just ignore it. And so what we're having tonight, what you hear in my voice, what you heard in Carlson, I assume, and I'm not going to speak for Mayor Pro Tem, he speaks for himself, and maybe Ms. Yancey, you've heard the frustration of the people. They feel unsafe. They feel unsafe, and we're down now 6 unfilled positions, 9 officers total. Let me ask you, excuse me, Casey, let me ask you this, Chief. How many sergeants are we supposed to have, and how many do we actually have?
We're supposed to have 4 patrol sergeants, and we have 1.
Okay. How many corporals are we supposed to have, and how many corporals do we actually have?
Supposed to have 4.
8
and corporals.
Did you say 4 or 8? 4. Okay.
And we have 2.
Okay. So we don't even have leadership, Casey. If we don't even have anybody on any supervisory level. How many lieutenants are we supposed to have, and how many do we actually have?
2 and 2.
What happened to the 3rd? We didn't replace Sproul?
We when the lieutenant retired, we're still in the decision phase about whether or not that lieutenant is going to be replaced.
So you are in the decision phase.
Yes, I was.
But does council then set, and I don't know, maybe you do. Does council set then the chain of command and the organizational chart?
No.
We don't approve that during budget? That's not presented to us during budget?
I don't know if it's approved, it's presented to
It's
council.
presented in budget, and do we fund those positions?
Yes, you do.
Okay, did we not fund 3 lieutenants at one point? We funded 3. Oh,
yeah.
So we funded 3, and then now there are 2. Who's going to tell the council? Who's going to recommend to the council that we no longer fund the 3rd lieutenant position? When was that going to be recommended?
Mayor, I can't answer that.
And
question.
people can be angry with us because we are shedding light on a situation. And I get it. Folks don't want us to say it. But we're only saying everything that they know. They already know this. And again, we're under a mandate. A mandate to do what they have elected us to do. And I'm sorry you're in the middle of it, sir. Because I really appreciate you. And I appreciate your leadership. I'm not going to deal with it any further because you have been a trooper, sir. You've answered questions that you shouldn't have had to answer. Ms. Yancey, are you good?
Mayor, I have one follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Chief, one last question on my end. The officers with the Safe City Initiative, are they getting enough time off to relax, take care of their mental health? Even the ones that have to be called in, like where I understand that you have officers that have to come in to do like crime scene or evidence collection. Are they given ample time to relax per se?
The officer's mental health is an absolute priority for me. Do they get enough time off? That's a question you'd have to ask the officers. Do they feel that they're having adequate time to rest and to recuperate from their shifts? And I know that we desperately need more help in the crime scene investigations section of the police department.
The reason why
I don't have an answer for you, sir.
The reason why I ask this is with the Safe City Initiative, we don't want our officers tired and possibly make a mistake that could cost someone their life. And calling people in at night when they're supposed to be off shift, relax. And I understand the staffing shortage, but I want to make sure they're taken care of too. They have adequate time off so they can mentally recover. Or another one is officer safety. That wasn't even touched. That plays into a key role with the Safe City Initiative. If the officers don't feel safe, I mean, they're bound to make a mistake. And that, again, may cost someone their life, innocent or an officer. So just a couple of things to keep in mind for the future of the city. We got to make sure we take care of our officers' mental health. We got to take care of their safety too. Making sure we have enough officers to handle the calls. Make sure they have enough backup. Make sure, so we can't forget that. But I appreciate, again, Chief, thank you very much for personally everything you've done for me and everything that you've done for the city. And I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
I think Ms. Yancey has another, come on, Ms. Yancey.
I just want to say, what is the standard for, first of all, one question, when we have non-vacancies.
Well, we have six
officers,
vacancies.
6 vacancies and 3 administrative.
3 are out for one reason or another.
Okay, could you find out for us what other cities, what are some of the solutions for staffing, even if it's a temporary staffing situation? What do they do? Is there, because I'm real concerned about the length of time that we're going to be without officers. Matter of fact, do you think, how long will we be down 6? Do you know that? Because you kind of gave us a timeline. How long do you think, realistically, I know you just
it has, there's a lot of factors that weigh in on that. Number one, can we get anybody in the door to take the test? That's the biggest factor that we've got, the biggest hurdle that we've got to overcome before we can ask how long is it going to take for people to.
But this is what I want you to check into before you leave, and I hope you have an exit interview so you can tell us everything that you need to tell us in the exit interview, so that we can be better, right? But I just want to see if we can find some solutions for staffing, because we are in a crisis. What other departments are doing to bring in temporary staff? When we don't, this is gonna be a long, hot summer. I mean, and our community, they're a little frustrated, and we need to make sure your guys are safe. We need to make sure the community is safe. I just want to see if we can find out, or anybody on the council, anybody on the staff, some solutions to that we have not, that we may not know of. That's all I'm saying. For temporary staffing until we can get it filled. That's all I have.
Anybody else have any questions for Chief Jackson?
Thank you, Chief.
You deserve an award, sir. That was tough. All right, guys. We are now in the item 6, new business. 6A, discussion relating to accepting the quarterly investment reports for the fourth quarter 2020 and the first quarter 2021. Hello, Miss Susie. You ready?
Oh, there she is.
You ready? Does anybody have any questions for Miss Susie?
No, sir, not for me.
No, sir.
Go ahead. Hello, Graham. Quick question, Miss Susie or Tink, whoever is going to be reporting on this. So we've got the 2020 here, and then we have also under city council, the first quarter of 2021, right? And so is this normally what happens?
No, it's not normally what happens, but I have been behind, so we're doing 2 quarters. But according to the Public Funds Investment Act, we are supposed to bring it to council quarterly reports to not accept. But it did not say 1 quarter at a time, but I have been behind.
Okay.
Should be the goal.
Okay. And to clarify, the fund breakdown, the general fund of 4.2 million, does that include our reserves?
Yes,
So general fund is cash on hand.
it's not necessarily cash on hand. What cash on hand means, the cash that's sitting inside a bank where you can pull out anytime.
At any time, yeah, that's what I define it.
These are in the,
And then earning interest and things of that nature.
yes, sir.
So we reserve of, and I keep coming back because reserves are important for me. The
Yes,
3
sir.
million is represented, that's what was
It's
previously
included in
represented as the reserve fund, 3 million in the general fund. And this utility fund of 3.4 million, and describe what's the difference between fund and once again, I apologize, I'm new fund restricted. What's the distinction between the two?
General fund and utility.
No,
fund?
utility fund has 3.4 million. I guess that's the, we collect every month from water payments, correct?
That is correct.
And so, and then you've got fund restricted. What's the restricted
The
part?
restricted is,
Is the what?
Bo-
There's no problem.
I can talk a little bit better this
Uh-huh.
way without the math, is the bond proceeds.
Oh, the bond proceeds.
That's correct.
Okay. That's utility project.
That's why we want to ensure that we, any part of that for operating.
Okay,
Because bond proceeds is for capital on council's approval in specific project.
let me ask you, this is just to, Andy, the category capital projects of $10 million. Is that Susie or Tink? What was previous or on our what is it? What was it? The sewer system?
Part of you, wasn't it? So that's
The what? sorry?
projects one.
The capital projects fund? Yes, sir.
So
That's
so
government
that
project.
10 million is now going to be available for us because of the grant. Am I accurate in saying that? Thing?
Well, the match for the grant has to come out of there, but the rest of it will be. But that's not just.
Well, the match is only 10%. What?
About
10%.
half a million, yeah.
Yeah, 10%
But,
of the
but,
matches.
but that's not just the 2019 one, correct?
That's correct.
So there's somebody from the previous bonds in there too, but the
Okay.
majority of that is from the 2019 bond.
All right, I'm trying to understand it.
No
And
problem.
just gives me ideas. Of,
Yeah.
what?
Believe me, I have lots of those questions.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Susan. Item 6B, discussion relating to the recommendation to approve with conditions a final plat for Sunset Grove Section 3 located near Delaney Road and Prairie, subject to the following conditions. 1, the applicant must provide performance and maintenance bond or completed infrastructure accepted by the city prior to the issuing of building permits. and 2. Prior to the filing of the plat, 1 Mylar and 2 prints of the plat in the condition for filing and the original tax certificates showing all balances paid must be provided. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Purnell?
I do. You're
Go ahead.
Question is, this is the plat that was discussed regarding, there's a drainage issue, is that right? No?
No,
Or
you're
is that a different
you're
one?
thinking of Ambrose, which was actually tabled. It will come up again at the June 29th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, but this was the plat that was unrelated, that was actually recommended for approval with these conditions by the commission.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Anyone else? So are we sure, Ms. Parnell, that we're going to have adequate drainage for this project? I know it's a different project, but I'm going to ask this on every project.
Okay, I'll try to be prepared for that in the future.
Thank you.
Based on the engineer's recommendation for approval and the fact that an approved drainage plan is a requirement, yes, we would have adequate drainage.
Any other questions? All right, item 6C. This is the item that I have issue with. I know that Mayor Pro Tem said that he wants to ask questions about it, but I'm going to ask for a table after this, and we'll talk about it after that. But I want Mayor Pro Tem to ask his questions. Item 6C, discussions relating to authorizing the City of Lamarque to issue requests for proposals for services and requests for qualification services for American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, my question is first, are we under some deadline for this? Or is this just planning that's going on?
While Susie's coming up here, I would say this is just planning. We're still
Okay,
waiting
just
for
planning. Oh,
some of
all
the
right.
regulations
Just
to come
planning,
down.
that's all right. Then Mayor, if you'd like to table, I don't have a problem.
Yeah, I think we want to table. I think this is too soon. We got a lot of business to take care of before
And
we
I
even
just-
begin.
And just one other thing, when I see requests for proposal, the RFPs, I'd like to see them, right? That's the other thing. I like to see them, not just list them. On that side.
Now, this is just to authorize us to do the request for proposal or request for qualifications when it's time. We're not going to go into it afterward, immediately afterward. No, we're not.
Well, I understand that. I just want to see requests for qualifications,
Right.
anything having to do, like, it just reminds me of our municipal judge stuff, right? Thinking that's still pending. You were gonna pull back some of your old records on Pearsall with that. But that's what, it's like to see that
Right.
stuff.
Because the act itself requires you to have to go out.
I
Yeah.
totally
That's
understand.
just part of the requirement. Yeah.
And so, Susie, just to be clear, I don't think that we're prepared
Yes,
for
sir.
this. There's a lot
Okay.
of things that we have to work out within our organization.
That's okay.
But the other thing, the primary reason that I wanted to table this is that the figure you used in some of the documentation was 3.7 million. And I've been made aware of through email that figure is a different figure, a little higher.
Which is possible.
Right, so we want to make sure that we got all our ducks in a row.
Yes.
And again, we want to make sure that all documentation comes before this council.
Exactly. Okay.
Good deal.
Not a problem. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure I understood what we were looking at, and which is why I didn't have any questions, but this was like maybe more than a formality, but essentially a formality allowing the city to later, when we are prepared, ask for RFPs or issue RFPs and ask for applications that would fall under, and then later we could collect funding to cover these projects.
That's
Right. Okay.
Right. The grant requires, well, the American Rescue Act requires us to
go through this
issue.
process.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Right. We can't just start issuing those without having the city given that permission, right? So I mean, we do have a deadline of some sort, right? I mean, I know that it seems like you guys were just trying to be
Well,
prepared.
right now, at this point, we don't even know
Right, we
what
don't have those
agency
details.
that's gonna be handled by the state, because the funding we're gonna get from the federal government is gonna route through the state.
Okay.
But it's gonna be a designated agency under the state to distribute that to us. We don't even know which agency yet, as of this point. So until whenever the process will move a little further down, then we can always do this later. I mean,
I appreciate it, Susan.
Yeah.
Good job.
thank you.
Susan, just stay there.
Oh.
Yep, that's okay.
Other questions, council? Ms. Yancey, you good? Item 6D, discussion relating to the approving for ancillary charges of $157,197.36 by ERCOT through Gex Consulting Winter Storm Uri. Anybody have any questions for Ms. Susie on the?
Dying to talk about this.
Don't kill
You-
them.
you- No, but this reminds me, right, the discussion that we had on Zoom when this contract came up. This was specifically the things that I was asking about, right? What's our liability? And here we are, now you know. So that, and we're on the hook of because some idiots didn't do their job and they're getting paid to serve on those hook of $157,000 that they want us. Where would this money come out from? From our reserve?
I mean, I agree. It's a bunch of baloney, but just to be clear, this is not TCAP's fault, right? I mean, this is.
No, this is ERCOT's fault.
It's
kind, right, I'm saying, so I just
No,
want
it's
to
not,
like
it's
that.
not the.
Right, I
but-
just don't want anyone to think back to that conversation, and, you know, you had a lot of good questions about TCAP and like what was getting presented to us in their timeline for how things would change, but that is separate.
No,
from
it speaks to that contract, Casey. My specific question was, what's the cap? Do we have a cap? It was open-ended. And this is exactly what I was saying. I never entered into a contract. Well, you can go buy a utility, a service provider, right? Some people fortunately did that. Their weekly bill was $2,000 or something like that. They were being assessed. You saw those media stories. But that was specifically my point on our contract. It's open-ended. When you have these stuff and smaller cities, this could bankrupt people. So that's where I think we need to go back and look at that. Because bottom line too, if I'm not mistaken, team, this is an option for us and we can withdraw at any time under, as I recall, the terms of the contract. Correct? There was a notice provision.
Yeah, but there were some options in there for withdrawal with notice. It just, you know, the reason that it's that open-ended on top of those is because they don't have control over ERCOT. You know, so they can't sit there and say, well, you're capped here because ERCOT by state law has
Is
that
there
final.
any municipality that gets to have a contract with the cap?
If you, and I did research that, by the way, yes. If you go out on the private market, go ahead and bid. That's what you bid for individual providers. Whatever you want, you can go out and seek that. So.
Well, I mean, I would certainly explore it. I would imagine that the premium going out on our own as a small entity would mean there'd be huge costs elsewhere. I mean, there's a reason for a collective.
There may be. I remember the school did. I remember this came up with the school. Yes, you may remember this too, with the discussion with regard to Marque ISD and their power for their payments. They entered into an individual contract for the schools. And I'm a hoarder of documents and I can find those documents as well too on that side. But I just think it's worthy. God knows if we have another winter storm and we're going to, God, taking this stuff out of reserves and reserves and reserves. It's just.
And we do have somebody representing TCAP, if you want to ask them to go on. That's entirely up to you, but they're available.
Miss Margaret, are you available?
I am.
Hello, Miss Margaret.
Hello.
Do you have anything you'd like to add to this? Have you heard us thus far?
I have heard you thus far. A few things, I won't, try and belabor this point. One of the things that TCAP has done to try and protect cities from ancillary services in the past is that included in your low rate is a small portion to help pay ancillary services. We true that up on a quarterly basis. If TCAP as a whole has paid too much, that money gets refunded back to us. If TCAP as a whole hasn't paid enough, the bills come to TCAP and we pay them. If you want to hedge ancillary services, it becomes a very expensive endeavor because nobody really knows what those prices will be from one day to the next. That's part of the reason that we put that little buffer in there. Since 2018, TCAP has paid $4.4 million on behalf of our membership that has not come back to the membership. Unfortunately, the unprecedented winter storm, the entire bill to TCAP was $31.5 million, and we don't have that kind of money in that account. We are nonprofit, and so a lot of the refunds that Lamarque has received in the past has been out of that account. One of the reasons you haven't had a refund from TCAP is because we have been paying the ancillary services for the last 3 years. I heard, I think it was a councilman ask about, you know, going out into the private market. Everyone got hit with an ancillary service bill. ERCOT doled them out to everyone. Trying to cap ancillary services as part of a contract is very expensive. And part of the reason we've never done it, never anticipating not only the unprecedented winter storm, but also the decisions that were made at ERCOT and the PUC during the winter storm that also put us in this position. The other language that is in contracts, typically it's called change of law. And when the PUC declared that the rate could go up to $9,000 for energy, which then in turn made ancillary services go up to $25,000. Anyone who had a capped energy, you know, that in their contract, everything, they said everything's fixed, nothing will get, this is it, ancillaries are capped. Those people are now finding out that they're not capped because the minute the change of law provision happened, they can pass it through. And so even companies or cities that had what they thought were fixed ancillary services are finding that they're not because that change of law provision got invoked.
Refresh my memory. There are other municipalities that have contracted with, if I'm not mistaken, is it in East Texas or West Texas, or it might be in both areas? They've executed contracts with another entity besides ERCOT. I'm not ERCOT, besides TCAP.
Yes, sir. I mean, out of all of Texas, we have 168 members in our organization. They are throughout the state. There is the portion of East Texas, which is in SWEPCO and not part of ERCOT. And then the Panhandle and El Paso is also not part of ERCOT.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any other questions for Ms. Margaret?
No, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Margaret.
You're welcome.
Been awesome. All right, council, let's see, item 6E.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Jim.
What happens if we don't pay this bill? I want to know.
I wish I could tell you.
Look at that contract.
I definitely
I
will.
am.
This item wasn't submitted to me for review, so I don't have a good answer for you yet, but I will get you one.
Well, I'm gonna look at it.
Submitted to you for review?
No, sir.
Wow. Ms. Margaret, do you know?
I'm sorry, did you ask what would happen if you didn't pay?
Mayor Pro Tem did, yes, ma'am.
You would be in breach of contract. JEXA could terminate the contract and there would be termination fees. I don't know what they are exactly, but I would guess that they would actually probably be more than what the ancillary service bill is.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a good question.
It was enlightening, wasn't it? Item 6E, discussion relating to awarding the elevated storage tank renovation at the water storage tank facility number 6, the dog track, project number 20100-18 to CFG Industries LLC in the amount of $612,000. Hello, Mr. Carey.
How you doing, Mayor?
I'm doing fine, man. How are you?
I'm doing well.
You're doing an awesome job, guy.
I appreciate that.
You
Thank
rock,
you, sir.
You're rocking.
I appreciate that. So, good evening. First of all, if I may, Mayor, I just want to thank Mayor, Council, my fellow coworkers, Chief Jackson, for helping the Hadley family during this time. It's been a very troubling week.
Yes, sir.
For my department, and I just want to thank everyone.
Yes, sir.
So in 2018, TCEQ performed some inspections, as they do all the time, and the report found surface rust, basically. After that inspection, I brought it to council in 2019 and 2020. Because of COVID, this project has been pushed basically as many. Sure. So that's why it's being brought. The cost of supplies have changed, as many in this country right now we're finding. It's outrageous. So that is why the 116, the increase.
Good
Yes,
deal.
sir.
Anybody have any questions for Chase?
No.
You good with it, Casey? You look
I'm
like
totally-
you're satisfied, right?
I'm very satisfied. I remember when you brought it to us, how important it was that we get going on this.
Yeah.
And
Yes, ma'am.
what hot water, pun not intended, we would be in with TCEQ and what we already were in, and they were giving us leeway. So
Yes, ma'am.
I'm excited for this to move forward. Thank you, Chase.
Thank you.
What, we have 2 water tanks.
We have-
Is the elevated water tanks in the city of Lamar?
Well, yes, sir. We have multiple GSCs or ground storage tanks and then elevated storage tanks. Yes, sir. And that's to basically provide the pressure in those areas of town with the gravity.
Yeah, that's the one over there by the dog track.
Yes, sir. Correct.
This is the one you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
So
Correct.
I want to know what's the work gets done. What in effect is the warranty? What's the useful life for this work that's going to get done? And when can we expect that we're going to have the problem again? What efforts are being made to rust proof whatever work is being done?
Mr. Jackson, do you know exactly? I don't know exactly the warranty. I can look into that, find that out for you and get back with you. Yes,
We're
sir.
required by TCEQ to clean those every two
Right.
or 3 years, 2 years,
Yes, sir.
every 2 years, but it's the external rust.
And
Right.
I read the notes, it was external.
Yes,
So
sir.
That's where it comes. If TCEQ is doing inspections, but every 2 years?
They
Yes,
don't
sir.
expect all the time.
All the time.
Well,
Yes, sir.
let's assume every 2 years. There's a possibility that they'll discover rust again in
Sure.
another part of the tank.
Sure.
And
Yes, sir.
we're out another expenditure on this, right?
Well, so this renovation, it's the whole tank.
With the whole
It's the whole
tank.
tank.
Yeah,
not
it-
just the second
Yeah, it's just
story.
like redoing.
It's a complete
okay.
renovation
Inside
to
out.
improvement. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I still would like to know
Sure.
what's the expected life or usefulness
Yeah, and
of the work?
this is a common issue in Southeast Texas with the rust on these. So, yes, sir, I will.
Only question I had, sir, was if this was identified in 2018, I mean, you addressed it that it was kind of pushed because of COVID and stuff. I mean, is there a timeline that TCEQ gave us to get it fixed? Because I see multiple
Sure.
violations.
Yes, sir. Well, yeah, they gave us an extension to the end of 2021. So I deal with, and Ms. Dare, we deal with TCQ on a daily basis. That is what I deal with most with the health department, with TCQ. So, yes, sir.
So we
Yeah,
have-
we have to get this done.
So we have till the end of the year.
Yes, sir. And they know that.
Appreciate it. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good deal. Ms. Yancey, you good? I know we had a couple things go through. You okay? All right. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you, Chase.
Thank you, sir.
Item F, discussion relating to authorizing the city of Lamarck to issue requests for proposals for administrative services and requests for qualifications for engineering services for the hazard mitigation assistant programs. Mr. Jackson.
Mayor, Council, so this is another grant opportunity that came out last week. This is a $1 billion national hazard mitigation funding that's available through the Building Resilient Infrastructures and Communities, or BRIC grant program. Had our administrators that helped us with the previous grant, the $50 million grant, look at this, they believe we would be eligible for it. It'll be very tough competition. But they said that they thought that we would be eligible, but of course we need to procure a grant administrator and engineers to start looking at it to see if we have a project that's worthy of submission.
What's the scope of work, I'm sorry, for this stuff? Like, what are we talking about with hazard mitigation?
Well, what they will do is they'll look at the grant program and what came out from them, And then they'll look around the city and come back and say, okay, you got these issues. They'll look at Chase's capital improvement plan. They'll look at a bunch of that stuff and try to figure out which pieces would fit in that would be eligible for funding, would get the highest score.
When I think of hazard mitigation, I sometimes think about drainage.
Well, I'm sure that's something that will be eligible.
That's in the, I looked at the website today and
Yeah,
that's
that's
some
in-
of it too is drainage control, flood control.
So this one, the state will score, and then the top so many from each state will be submitted for the national competition.
So, are we speaking of Grant Works? Is that who we're talking about?
Well, we'd have to go out for RFP.
I mean, when you said you had conversations, with Grant Works. Okay. So talk to me a little bit about, we're issuing possibly a request for proposals for administrative services. What are those administrative services?
Under the grant, under the federal guidelines, you have to procure a grant administrator and you have to procure an engineering service.
So what does the grant administrator do pre-grant award?
They're actually the ones that put the whole grant application together.
So they write the grant.
Well, yeah, with the information provided by the engineers.
Right. So they write the grant.
Right.
And the council approves the proposal to select an agency that would come in to write the grant.
Correct.
And then the council receives the grant, right?
If we're awarded, correct.
If we're awarded, we receive the grant. Okay, I want to be clear because there's a lot of talk about the grants that we've been able to accumulate within this city. And so I want to be crystal about who actually writes those grants. Thank you.
Oh, wait, I see what you're saying. I want to be clear because I know there was, we talked about this some when the mental health grant with the DOJ came up earlier, and it's like, you know, the grant administrator is this technical term, which I know, Joe, you're familiar with, where it's the name of the person who gets put on there, and sometimes that's the name of someone within like a grant writing entity that is contracted with, and sometimes it's someone within the city. Like when we worked on the mental health grant, you know, David was like one of the main contacts, and so even though we were working with Family Service Center and
Right.
they did the bulk of a lot of the writing for that, I'd say 60%, they needed constant input from city staff and like the city manager's office. Like he had to provide them lots of information. Chief did both Chief Weidman and both Chief Jackson. I was a part of it, but like I didn't do any data work. But you know, it was more than just, hey, write this grant for us and then we'll get it. And you know, it was like, it's a lot of collective work where they work with city staff. I mean, they can't have a successful grant without lots of context, narrative, and data from city staff. I know David worked really hard on it. So I just wanted to add that in there. And I mean, obviously I'm biased because I think that was a great grant application. And I know we have had more, and I would assume like the ones that we got from GLO and whatnot, I'm assuming that was lots of collective effort. And, you know, but you definitely do need outside services to help you navigate things for sure.
Right. And so some cities have grant writers, right? That do the bulk of this. We as a small city don't have a grant writer.
Mm-hmm.
And so our primary role is the council directs this whole ordeal, right? Because we have the power to do that. And city staff then follows up with giving information. That's primarily the role to the agency that will actually write the grant. And we know that it's all about how you write the grant.
We do, and I mean, again, I'm speaking to the experience of that grant in particular that I worked on with staff. You know, it was more than just them like inputting data. You know, I mean, the crafting of the grant. And I can't speak to any other processes for grants that we've successfully received. We have not successfully received this mental health grant from the DOJ yet, but I can speak to that process of it's a very labor intensive collective process. And, you know, city council, obviously it came before us. It went through scrutiny, you know, lots of questioning. What is this? What would this mean? What were the financial implications? What are the staffing implications? But I just want to give credit where credit is due. And in that circumstance, like, you know, city manager's office brought the grant opportunity to our attention. I jumped all over it, was like, please do it. I'll do whatever I can to support it. And the city staff took it and ran with it, working with another entity to make it happen. That's, you know, I just want to that out there because they work hard on it. So.
You've been heard. Thank you, Casey. What a question. Okay.
Is under the administrative service part, does that include grant compliance, or do we have a separate city staff person involved in grant compliance?
No, that's a lot of it. They do the grant compliance, they do the reporting, yeah, they do all the reporting. They're also, as a grant administrator, they are the auditor of the grant. So all the invoices go through them. They make sure the procurement's done correctly. When you're for each step of whether it's contractors or whatever, they all of it has to go through them.
And for our GLO grant, we already have that person.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Refresh my memory. Didn't we have a grant writer for the city at one point?
A city employee?
No, someone that we contracted with, the city contracted with.
Well, we've got a number.
Okay, I thought we had one about 2 or 3 years ago that was contracted just for the city. No? Okay. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, item 6G, discussion relating to adopting ordinance number letter O -2021-0011, amending chapter 56 streets and sidewalks of the city of Lamarque Code of Ordinances by adding a new article, Article 6, speed humps. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Purnell as it relates to this item?
I do.
Go ahead.
Here, we talked about this. And council, my fellow counselors here. I don't think that we've done enough. I don't think this is ready for approval. The question and the issue is that our residents are asking, what can we do to slow down and achieve some level of speed reduction along our residential streets? That's the question, right there.
So if I could, Mayor.
Sure.
So to that end, I think that's a little broader than the original mandate I was given. I certainly don't see a problem with adding to that if that's council's will.
No.
So this is.
You misunderstood. I'm just asking, when the original, from what the feedback I've gotten from individuals, from residents here, they've talked to me in terms of what can we do to get people to slow down. And then of course the speed humps, speed bumps comes up, because that's the most people are most familiar with that, right? And that's right. But all I'm saying is that a comprehensive policy to reduce speed is not just a speed bump or a speed hump. There are other methods out there to reduce. The concern that was addressed when we previously talked about this, I remember Tink mentioning it, or the fire chief, about we want to make sure that our ambulances and our trucks, our fire department vehicles, right, are not impeded or their useful life in some way endangered by speed bumps. So a speed cushion, and I've got all this, permits, there's a wider base for our vehicles, and speed cushions permit fire department vehicles and ambulances then to go by, and it impacts just vehicles along the street. So I say all that because I don't think we're ready. I think there's more work, and I'd like to work with you, dear, on this. I'd like to get some other community residents involved in this. Let's address the issue of how can we control and reduce speeds on our streets. And because I know that the ordinance that's written that we're suggesting, in reality, there are going to be very few streets that are going to reach that avenue of, what is it? How many vehicles? 300 vehicles?
So could I speak to this just a little bit
please, no.
first? So first off, there's no, am I missing something? There in the one in your packet, there is no number of trips per day, because that was something council was pretty specific about. I think there was an older draft where we were trying to gather comments. I didn't get any comments, so I went through and just tried to remember everything that council had mentioned from the earlier policy. I will note that there's a traffic engineer here tonight to speak to this. If you had any questions, it's certainly, this is council's will, so that's where this ordinance came from, is that it was very clear from council's last discussion that you did not want an internal policy on processing petitions for speed humps. You wanted it all at the council level, and so that's all this does. So to frame it a little bit, what you're doing here, which you certainly don't have to come at it this way, but what you're doing here is laying out a bare minimum for when members of the public want to petition for speed humps. And all it says really is that you're going to do a traffic engineering study. One example would be if the traffic engineering study came back that speed humps were not a good solution, council would certainly have the option to look at alternatives and choose to do those instead. If you got a petition for speed humps that did not meet these requirements and you're notified it didn't meet the requirements, you could look at alternatives for that as well. And there is a note just to make it really clear to the citizens as well. The city council at any time is not limited to this criteria. This is for public petitions, just to give the public an idea of what streets would be good candidates for speed humps. It's overly broad, which is why it really just requires that it be a residential street with some minor guidelines, and that you talk to the traffic engineer about it. So that's it, bare minimum.
In the city of Lamarck, what's our posted speed limit on residential street?
So it's going to depend on the street.
So that's where we begin. That's my beginning point, right?
Okay.
Is an awareness campaign of what the posted speed limit is. And that I begin with. And then, and so under this adoption, speed humps, only streets that have a posted speed limit of 20 miles per hour are included here.
That is a suggested requirement. Like I said, if you want to talk to the traffic engineer
Where's
about
the traffic engineer?
where that comes from.
All right, yeah, I would love to.
Right.
Are you the traffic engineer that did our Amazon stuff?
I reviewed that study.
Oh boy, do I have questions for you.
What's your name, sir? Anthony Boyd.
Promise me you're gonna be about at least 2 minutes.
Okay.
I can be as long or as short as you.
Okay, let the record reflect. Joe, I need you to take over. I have to go back.
Go ahead, thank you. So proceed then with, go back, you're a traffic engineer. There are a variety of mechanisms out there in order to impact a speed reduction in our city streets, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And typically they fall under three headers.
All right.
One is engineering, of which speed humps would be a device under engineering. Education, second, and enforcement being the third.
Okay.
So the speed hump program that you're considering clearly lies under the engineering realm of those three.
But there are others. There are speed cushions. Okay, there's speed cushions. What I'm really looking for is to be responsive to the needs of our residents. We know Lamarck has a lot of streets that don't have sidewalks. I walk in the evening. I think Laura, you're walking now up there, all along streets that don't have sidewalks.
That's correct.
And we're competing with speeders on those streets,
right,
especially in the evening when I like to walk and there are less mosquitoes and it's cooler. Right. And so what mechanisms do we have? And that's where I'd like to begin, right? That I believe is where, let's talk about policies and policy that says, first of all, the city of Lamarck welcomes the opportunity to discuss and engage with you on different options to look at reducing speed.
Yes.
It doesn't require, by the way, that doesn't require the drastic measures of going out and getting, what's the approval, Dira? Are we still on the approval of neighbors? Are we still, is that still included in this? I think the previous one said we had to have 75% of the neighbors. No,
that's
nothing.
not.
I don't see it here.
That's not on this one.
It's not on
No,
this one.
like I said, this was supposed to be a bare minimum just to
minimum.
start the conversation.
Okay.
It's I actually, one of the clarification questions I had for you, Dara, was about the 10 neighbors who have to abut the street. Is that just like, so just help me understand. I'm sorry.
Uh,
I can find.
File city, a group of residents of at least 10 properties abutting on the street segment proposed for a speed hump can make a request.
Right, so that translates to, in order to apply, there have to be like 10 folks willing to put their name on the
10
application. saying,
folks
yeah,
on the
we're
street.
into this.
Right, so we try to cut that way down from
Right.
75%.
Yeah.
And it,
Which, I mean, I'm in favor of there being at least a bare minimum of people to say they want to, I wouldn't want to live on a street where all of a sudden a speed bump just showed up because one of my neighbors suggested it. So I like that there is a collective there as a minimum requirement.
Let me, I guess,
Going back to your question, though,
yes,
this is one of the tools in the toolbox.
right,
There are other tools that you could use.
Right.
Some have, and they all have pros and cons. A lot of cities do narrower streets, but they may have sidewalks or side paths. They may do chicanes.
yeah.
They may have other strategies that they use kind of in a systematic way that isn't just going out and putting a speed hump or speed cushion. And there's multiple designs for those that that take into the concern of emergency response and the different vehicles used for emergency response. So,
But and an example of that could be as simple as pavers, I guess is a lack of a better word, right? There's a difference in the road surface, much like you find along the freeways, where if you're falling asleep, suddenly you hit the little indentation.
yeah, it's more of a tactile response that just
And-
kind of jiggles you and wakes you up. Or that can, if you go downtown, and a lot of downtowns, there's brick streets. A lot of people don't like to drive fast on brick
Yeah,
streets
on Brick Street.
because it
because of that.
jostles you
I
around.
think that's all I'm saying is that somehow, I don't have any problems if we go ahead and,
You're saying you
Pass
want
it.
more than just
but
this.
more than justice, other
I think that's fair.
options. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's definitely fair, especially, I mean, because, some of the things I was reading about was some of those avenues you suggested in, roundabouts and other things that you can engineer from the start, but that requires that you have the foresight of a project to start with. We can't plop a roundabout in some of these neighborhoods now. We can't even make some of them narrower. Some of them are pretty dang narrow. And I can't tell you how many times I've been like, I wish we could bring a massive sidewalk project to the city, but the reality is so many of our neighborhoods, how would we even, with our drainage ditches, I'm not an engineer, obviously, but I think that we should take your suggestion to heart and maybe talk more about what could we come up with for future developments and like when we're expanding and we get to have a say, or at least more of a say. Go ahead, Darren, you look like you're ready.
for what it's worth, we do have future developments to actually build sidewalks, and then
Right.
some of the newer ones where sidewalk can't be built immediately have a fee that they're paying so that they can be combined to build sidewalks. So on newer development, we're getting there.
That's great. What good news.
The other thing in new developments, you see a lot of curved streets instead of just straight streets. I think that really helps with the new designs. But the one thing I did notice in this particular draft of the ordinance is that the 20 mile per hour speed limit seems really, really low and maybe cuts staff out of a lot of potential streets that could apply. But again, you have the catch-all in there that says city council can determine, locations for available funding. So I think as long as that's in there,
I just looked at, I guess we'll get back into budget. This all goes back to budget. And I'm maybe perhaps thinking of my district is there's these lights, of course, that show the posted speed limit. And then we've seen them, right? The lights go off that you're going 55 miles an hour or 45. And that could be moved to different locations. It's like on a dolly sort of thing, and stuff like that. So, and that might be, I'm just looking to provide options to our residents, right? Hey, we have a speed problem. We have this mechanism out here that's not going to require us to go get 10 neighbors. That's not going to bother anybody, but maybe we can impact and slow down and have an awareness of the speed limit on this street. And because I can tell you what's also happening right now with the construction along I-45 is people are just cutting cutting through our residential streets to pass this or pass that. And that's the other thing that's happening.
And that is one of the concerns with placing speed humps in various locations. Sometimes you'll divert traffic and actually make things worse on the adjacent parallel street. It can impact cut-through traffic, but again, it can move that cut-through traffic maybe where, you know, it compounds a problem on a corridor where one doesn't exist today. So it's the unintended consequences that sometimes happen that we really need to watch out for. And those are the kinds of things that are just in the engineering studies that go along with the decision-making process on where to place these devices.
And if, Mayor, can I speak to this real quick? So this is meant to be just a draft for council discussion, right? I'm not an engineer either. You have the traffic engineer now if you want to talk about specifics about what should go and what shouldn't. All I did is take various speed hump ordinances, because as council, you're passing an ordinance here, and list what seemed to be really reasonable things for my non-engineering mind. So at the end of the day, this is totally up to you, what you want it to say, what you want those cutoffs to be for citizen petitions. It does not impact council's ability to do anything in response to a citizen complaint, especially those alternatives you were mentioning.
So I would ask council that we just, if we could table any further action on this, and we come back with some other ideas. And I have an ordinance in mind. And before you leave, I think you're the gentleman that promised me, you remind me, I had asked for that traffic study that was done out at Amazon, and no one's given that to me.
The city has a copy of it, I'm sure. They provided it to me, but
because I am interested in that traffic flow out there.
Can I ask you a question about permanent asphalt speed humps versus the like rubber ones that you put down? First up, are those really temporary, or is it like if they get put down, do things have to happen in order to kind of bolt them down, but then if you needed to move them later, you have to repair the speed?
They typically are lag bolted into the pavement. Depending on the traffic that is going over them on a daily basis, you know, the lag bolt in an asphalt pavement isn't going to hold as well, especially if when it gets hot in summer. The asphalt loosens up; those bolts can pull. And concrete's a little different; they can hold better. Usually what you see is on asphalt pavement, they put an asphalt speed hump down. On concrete, you may bolt them in. You see that more in practice. Okay. Thank you. That was easy.
Now we have your expertise. Have you heard of the road paving technology that actually absorbs water?
Actually, there's a section of this kind of pavement up on the North Beltway 8 around 290, between 290 and 249. So Hectra has actually installed some of that. And during a rain, you literally go from all the splash to almost nothing. It's a very interesting concept. I used to be a researcher at Texas A&M University, and the pavement guys up there dealt with that a lot and developed a lot of the techniques there. I'm not sure the current status of the practice of implementing those materials in that way, but it's something we can certainly get more information on.
Yeah, I'd like to give you that address. I'll drive up there and let you see that.
Yeah, it's right there on the curve between 290 and I think around Gessner.
290 and Gessner. Okay.
No, well, on Beltway 8 between 290 and North Gessner.
So it's on Beltway 8. Part of Beltway 8?
It's on the main lanes of Beltway 8.
Oh, wow, that's a high traffic area.
It's
from what I've read, this material was not intended to be high traffic.
I think that's one of the things that we're trying to test with that particular.
Okay. That would be, Mr. By the way, I'll get you guys the video on it. It's amazing to see. You know, our question is flooding in our cities, like the Camp Circle area and that area. You could almost pave those streets, and that material absorbs the water, and it flows into the.
It kind of flows through
the material.
It has a coarse base on the top.
Exactly. So it just becomes another mechanism out there. It's innovative. We'd make the news if we used it. Okay.
Y'all done?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
I was gonna say, I'd like to see possibly, like when residents apply for it, let them have a choice.
Yeah.
Let them have a choice of their design. For a speed hump
Or
or.
speed, yeah,
speed
that's what I'm
shed
saying, yeah.
or-
Option.
I mean, there's many options out there. Let the residents determine that.
One of the things that goes back to the education piece of this, and what I've done for the city of Houston, that was eventually forwarded to the city of Sugar Land, was these one-pager handouts. And now I'm sure you do them online, but to provide when a citizen gives a request for a particular problem, here are the things that we do in the city of Marque that can continue to address these issues. And so it, the enforcement piece is certainly something PD can handle, and they can react to citizen complaints, but the speed hump may not be the best solution in every single case. It certainly is a good solution in a lot of cases. The city of Houston has tons of them, and they're funded by the city, they're funded by developers. It's a mix of things there, but they do have standards that you can actually pull down here and use. So if there's a standard design in case somebody asks for one, but the education piece is, don't overlook that part of it. It's important.
My two issues with this, and certainly we're clear that we're going to continue working on this. My two issues with this is that 250 foot from the traffic control device. I think that we can do something better than that. And the criteria that a road has to have a posted speed limit of 20 miles an hour. I think that's too slow. Most of our roads have a higher posted speed limit than that. So, again,
Or if they're unposted, it leads to some interpretation.
Yeah. So just some minor things, and I think we're working it out. We're getting there. But I think we got a pretty decent document so far. We'll get there. Yancy, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
While we have the traffic engineer, could I ask him to just weigh in, since we didn't get to do this earlier, on the 250 feet from a traffic control device? Like I said, I've seen that in several engineering policies, but that it may or might not be based in fact. What do you suggest as the proper measure from? Should it only be from a traffic light, or do we need to just leave that alone completely?
I would have to go back and see the rationale for that. I just off the top of my head, I can see that you don't want someone stopping at a stop sign and then all of a sudden hitting a speed hump, because what drivers tend to do is after that they make up the time and they actually exceed the speed that they would have otherwise. So too frequent of speed humps, just like we don't put always stops at every single intersection, because if you stopped at every intersection, you're going to speed in between to make up the time. At least that's the perception, is what some of the studies have told us. Then it comes back to budget too, right? I mean, $5,000 a pop is kind of what the going price for one of these is. So you really have to be judicious about where you put those dollars and investments, and make sure that you're going to get the best results from that. You may not get the best results within 250 feet of an intersection, because cars may already be going slow enough there to where it wouldn't be effective anyway. It's in those mid-block stretches where you're getting 30, 35, 45 miles an hour on a 25, 30 mile per hour residential street where you really see the effectiveness of these devices. But there are designs, my concern about if you have streets with no sidewalks, what do you have somebody in a wheelchair and they come up on this speed cushion or speed hump, can't get over it. Even the electric carts now that some folks have trouble over those things. So you really have to make sure that the geometrics work to where those other users, walkers, have access equal to or better than what they have now.
Is that something that's under consideration if it were to go for a traffic study? If people were to request a speed bump in their street and then we send it to traffic study, is that something that's part of the criteria, is saying will this prevent accessibility for other people on the street?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, it's you know, we look at speed, we look at volume, to see what the amount of exposure to the condition is, but then can it really fit and do its job?
Right.
You know, are the geometrics right?
Okay.
You know, and it comes down to simple things like, is the pavement in good enough shape to where you can amend and put more asphalt on top of it without breaking the pavement on the side of it? So there's other factors that come into play here, and that's why you want to get some kind of opinion from your engineering or public works staff.
Are you working?
He's a consulting engineer.
He's a consultant. What does that mean for us?
It means that we don't have an in-house engineer. We have a consulting city engineer, and then Mr. Voigt works with our consulting engineer when it gets into traffic.
Are you here paying, charging us tonight or pro bono?
Hope so.
So you're getting paid, okay. Thank you.
I'm like one of those chickens though after dark.
You're very
The
quiet.
great chicken debates.
You're very quiet.
Any other questions I can answer?
I don't think so.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you very
Ms.
much.
Yan, I'm sorry, Ms. Yancy, you good?
Thank y'all. Y'all don't need me around for later.
Actually, since we're paying you, you should have left like 5 hours ago.
Thank you so
We're
much.
teasing. Thank you. No,
sir.
we don't need you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are at the end of our workshop, so we should be able to breeze through this regular scheduled meeting in like 7 minutes. What do y'all think?
Yes. Yes, sir.
You gonna excuse yourself? Can we start without you?
Yeah.
All right. We are going to adjourn our workshop and move into our regularly scheduled meeting. City of Lamarck City Council regular scheduled meeting, June 21st, 2021. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarck, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on Monday, June 21st, 2021, beginning at 6 p.m. That's not true. Council Chambers 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas, as well as via teleconference hosted through Zoom for the purposes of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. The roll call has been given. Let the record reflect that Mayor Pro Tem Compion is out at this time. He will return. Robin, would you please just note the time when you see him return? Thank you. We have had our citizens' participation. And so now we'll move to our item 4, consent agenda. Discussion, possible action on the following items of the City Council reserves the rights to pull any items under the consent agenda for further discussion. We're going to pull item G, which is the special council meeting minutes of June the 1st, 2021. We don't know that we have them as ready as we want them to, so we'll give Robin more time. She's been dealing with an election, duh. And so we'll allow that to happen. Council, do we have anything else that we'd like to pull from the consent agenda?
Nothing.
Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Show that one passes 3-0. Mr. Compion,
Oh, no one. made
you want a
motion.
motion? I don't,
Yeah, you motioned to first and second for consent. But I just heard the votes. I didn't hear motions, did y'all?
Sorry, it got late. I should have caught that one too. So just to let the record reflect, I think Mayor, you started it. Does somebody want to
Yeah,
motion and
there you
second?
go.
I move to approve the
There
consent
you go.
agenda with the.
I second.
There you go. There you go. We missed a second. Sorry, guys. It's
No,
it's
all
late
good.
in the night. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Show it passes 3-0. Item 5, public hearing. I'm going to read all 3 of these together, and we will have a time for public hearing at the end. Item 5A, conduct public hearing to hear public input regarding adopting ordinance number letter O 2021-0008, amending chapter 71 zoning of the city code of ordinances by repealing the thoroughfare overlay district and adopting 2 new commercial zoning districts entitled C3 corridor commercial and C4 interstate commercial, and adopting zoning regulations applicable to these districts. Item 5B, conduct public hearing to hear public input regarding adopting ordinance number letter 0-2021-0009, amending the city's zoning map, master plan, and comprehensive plan by adopting an amended and updated official zoning map of the city of Lamarque to serve as a master plan pursuant to the city charter and official zoning map pursuant to the city code, chapter 71 zoning. Item 5C, conduct a public hearing to hear public input regarding adopting ordinance number letter O, -2021-0010, establishing the method of calculation of the increment for TERS 2 as the taxable value approach pursuant to section 311.012 of the Texas Tax Code. Robin, would you close the regular council meeting at 9:52? We'll open our public hearing at 9:52. Are there any persons on Zoom or in the audience that wish to speak to item 5A, 5B, or 5C? Any persons in the audience? Somebody said, I just want to go home. Item 5A, 5B, or 5C. One more time. Any persons in the audience wishing to speak to item 5A, 5B, or 5C? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing at 9:52. It's getting late, isn't it? And we'll open the regular meeting at 9:52, I presume. 9:53. Thank you, Robin. Item 6A, old business. Discussion possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2021-0008, amending chapter 71 zoning of the city code of ordinances by repealing the thoroughfare overlay district and adopting two new commercial zoning districts entitled C3 corridor commercial and C4 interstate commercial, and adopting zoning regulations applicable to these districts. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
A question. I just want verification here that we're revisiting both of these items in 6 months.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the versions in your packet do include the amendments that were made during open session at your last meeting. They're now in text in front.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that we have opportunity to revise and study it at implementation. All right, we're good.
Let the record reflect. Robin, please add that to the minutes that we're going to revisit this item in approximately 6 months. Ms. Yancey, you good? All right. We'll go and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 6B, discussion possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2021-0009, amending the city's zoning map, master plan, and comprehensive plan by adopting an amended and updated official zoning map of the city of Lamarque to serve as the master plan pursuant to the city charter and official zoning map pursuant to city code chapter 71 zoning. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 6C, discussion possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2021-0010, establishing the method of calculation for the increment for TERS 2 as the taxable value approach pursuant to section 311.012 of the Texas Tax Code. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Yancey, this is a TERS that was created specifically for Omega Bay to help them to repair their streets. They have private streets and they own those streets. And because of that, the city is unable to do any work on those private streets. So this is a way to try to help them do some work on their streets. That makes sense? You have any questions about it? All right. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? New business, item 7A. Discussion, possible action regarding the recommendation to approve with conditions a final plat for Sunset Grove, Section 3, located near Delaney Road and Prairie, subject to the following conditions. One, the applicant must provide performance and maintenance bond or completed infrastructure accepted by the city prior to the issuance of building permits. And two, prior to the filing of the plat, 1 Mylar and 2 prints of the plat in the condition for filing an original tax certificate showing all the balances paid must be provided. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Just a second.
I second.
In case it says, you don't want to do all the work. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7B is the item that I'm requesting council to table. We're not there yet. A lot of work to do before. I'll read it. 7B, discussion possible action regarding authorizing the city of Lamarque to issue requests for proposals for administrative services and requests for qualifications for professional services for the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. I'll entertain a motion to table.
So moved.
There's a second.
Second. Yeah.
There's no discussion on table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7C, discussion possible action regarding approving payment for ancillary charges of $157,897.36 by ERCOT through GEXA resulting from Winter Storm Uri. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
So move to
To
pay?
accept.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion?
I think that, I think that Mayor Pro Tem Compion brought up some good points, and I think that we have a lot to learn about what our options may be going forward, but it does seem unfortunately like we're in the same boat that just about every other city in Texas is in, which is they got us between a rock and a hard place, and we gotta pay.
And, you know,
I
the
agree.
frightening is, thank God that it wasn't a larger amount. And I'm serious when saying it
No,
could have
it's-
bankrupted us
Yeah, I mean,
in
there's
terms of.
lots. It's not
Absolutely.
something light.
And I think I passed on a note to think, I don't know, but you might speak to it, think if you think it's.
Mayor Pro Tem brought up a really good question, and I'm not exactly sure what the answer is, but we'll find out tomorrow. Is if this electric charge could be a reimbursable expense under our yearly declaration. We could ask, because it definitely was not an anticipated or expected expenditure for the city, so we sure ask. All they can do is say no.
We can
We
always
can turn it in.
Get some part of it.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7D, discussion possible action regarding the awarding of the elevated storage tank renovation at water storage tank facility number 6, the dog track project number 20100-18 to CFG Industries LLC in the amount of $612,000. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a question. This is also on the GEXA item. We're taking these out of reserve?
No,
Or
this
were they already allocated?
This one was funded in the bond.
Oh, both?
The 2019.
No, the bond is the 612. The funding for the bond is 612.
Correct.
The payment to GEXA, that is going to come out of reserve?
Correct.
So you're going to submit a budget amendment to us in order for that to happen? Okay, just to be clear. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
No, sir.
Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7E, discussion possible action regarding issuing request for proposals for administrative services and request for qualifications for engineering services related to the hazard mitigation assistance programs. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any any discussion? Any discussion?
No.
Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7F, discussion possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O 2021-0011, amending chapter 56, streets and sidewalks of the city of Lamarque Code of Ordinances, by adding a new article 6, Speed humps. I believe we have decided in our discussion, although we have not voted on it, that we're going to table this because we have more work to do and Deer needs more direction. Is that true?
Yeah.
So I'll entertain a motion to table.
Move table.
The second.
Second.
I'm sorry, Casey, there's no discussion on the table. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Whew. All right, now we're at item 8A, appointments. Discussion, possible action regarding appointments and or reappointments to fill various positions on boards and commissions. Does anybody have any appointments that they would like to make at this time?
I have one I'd like to make. I'd like to appoint Ashley Gooden Stewart as an alternate to the Keep Marque Beautiful Commission. Ashley Gooden Stewart.
Gooden Stewart, does she have address?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty important nowadays.
Okay. Yeah, it was included in the packet.
the packet.
Find it. I'm sorry, she's listed as Ashley Gooden on here. My apologies. I know her as Ashley Gooden Stewart, but she lives at 3229 Taylor Street.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. As an alternate to the Keep Marque Beautiful.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Does anybody else have any appointments that they'd like to make at this time? All right, let's get a second on Casey's nomination.
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Welcome, Miss Ashley, to the alternate position of the Keep Marque Beautiful Commission.
Is she the lady who spoke?
She attended a few meetings, yeah.
So we are at adjournment, but before that, we certainly would like to hear from our council. And so we'll start, we do this by seniority. And so, Ms. Yancey, do you have anything you'd like to say before we go? Okay, very good. All right, thank you, Ms. Yancey. Mr. Carlson?
Only thing I'd like to say is, with K-9 Officer Rocky, I would like in the future, if something like that happens, that the city does more, because they should be treated just like a regular officer. And the city, if it was a regular officer, we would have gone all out for them. So in the future, I would like to see that.
Sure. I totally respect that, and I understand. Ms. Campion?
I'm sorry. I just want to say thank you to our residents for coming out. It's outstanding, that engagement. I haven't seen the Pennington for a while. I saw your wife the other night at the meeting. So it's good to see citizens coming out and participating. And it makes me feel good. Thank you.
Very good. Councilwoman McCollum?
I echo those sentiments. It's heartening, and it's local government in action when people come out and fill the seats and talk about the things that they're passionate about. And I'll say the thing that we always say after a meeting when there's a lot of people here, which is, please keep coming. I'll say it to the ether, to everyone who isn't here, and to everyone who is here, and that moving forward requires lots of disagreement, lots of ebb and flow, lots of give and take, lots of hard discussions and research, but always hopefully with a vision towards making life as good as possible for everybody. And I also just want to say it was a real delight to get to meet all of the interns tonight. I'm very excited about the work they're going to do. I'm super jazzed about that program getting kicked into gear this year. So it was a delight to see them.
Yes, it was. Again, congratulations to the interns that have been brought into our city. We're excited about it. First time ever for the young people of our city to engage in the municipal government process. Again, thank you to Council 2020 for having the courage to make that effort. That does not exclude the 3 new folks that we have. Certainly, I'm sure that all of them in their own way have supported that and have wanted that for our city. But it's a great day, Casey. We were able to get some good stuff done. And we're excited about the young people and what they are going to do in our city and what they're going to take back to their communities and to their schools. Dira wanted me to share with you that the new Joe Campion, the new RFQ, it's too late, it's late. The new RFQ for the municipal court judge has been posted. Why am I so excited about that? It's been posted, and so it's on the internet.
It's on the internet as a good bid posting. It's been up for a little while and you still got your 3
Did you post
candidates.
But with those.
With the changes.
The qualifications. Oh,
Right,
okay.
the changes
All right,
that
we'll
you're.
take a look at that. All right, great, thank you.
Good deal.
And what's the application period? It's not a short period.
I honestly can't remember. It's been up for a little while, but it was basically as long as we could possibly get it before having to make your agenda for your next, your July meeting.
Okay, so citizens, take a look at that, please. I think you're gonna be very pleased with the possibility, if you have an interest there as well too. So look at that, those qualifications.
Absolutely.
And so, tonight was a very contentious meeting. It was at times heated, it was intense, and folks were speaking their truth. And folks were trying to wrangle in folks that were speaking their truth, just trying to do a job. Bless Dearest heart, we love her. But it was heated because there's a lot of frustration. I have heard a lot in the community about a new police chief and what that should look like from community members. So I'm going to make sure that I am saying what I am saying by the charter, and so that we don't be unclear or nobody tries to say that Mayor Bell said anything outside the charter. The charter gives the authority of appointing a police chief to the city manager. Now, I want to be clear. A good city manager would ask the council what sorts of things they would like in the process. A good one would. What do you want? What do you think the process should be like? What do you think? What do you think? And the city manager has heard a lot of what we've had to say. He can still say, "Phooey, I don't care what y'all think. I'm going to do what I want anyway," because the charter delineates that, and there is nothing we can do about the police chief. I want to make sure I'm in the charter. But there is something that we can do about the city manager. That's within the charter, right? I want to be clear because I don't want anybody to say that we were discussing things outside of the charter. So that's what the charter says. That's what we will abide by. We told him what we thought about hiring a police chief, and I pray to God that he decides in his own mind that he will listen to some of the encouragement that the people's representatives have brought forth. But he doesn't have to. That's the charter. But again, ultimately, this council can also execute items in the charter as well. Does that make sense to anybody? Okay, I'm done with that. On to exciting news. This Wednesday, y'all ready? 7 o'clock, council chambers. 2 of the most brilliant women that Lamarque has to offer will be sworn in. Yes. Y'all not excited? Yes, we're going to swear in Councilwoman Casey McCullough. She won re-election in November, but she was unavailable up until this point to be sworn in. It's important to me that her daughter and her husband have this memory for them that would last a lifetime, I'm sure. And we get to swear in our newest councilwoman, Councilwoman Kimberly Yancey. Yes. Congratulations, Kim, on your victory. Certainly it was a long and hard-fought campaign. Congratulations, Mr. Hopgood, on your performance in this campaign. Certainly both of you fought fiercely for the people of District A, and I believe that you will represent them in a magnificent manner. So we're excited to have you on the council. Now, if there's nothing further, we'll move for adjournment.
So moved.
The second,
Second.
all in favor?
Third it.
All in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.